Make sure it's not muted on your website here. Okay, I'm upstairs.
Okay. Yeah, microphones are not working. Yeah, but none of them is working. They are trying to fix it upstairs.
So just take the solution here which is best for you.
Yeah.
I'm open. I mean, even I have no problem speaking, but you want to record, I assume.
Yeah. Let's give them some minutes. oh. I don't know if they need much more time, but how comfortable are you without microphone?
No problem for me.
Okay.
So staying in front of the panel is no problem. They just ask you not moving too much if possible. Yeah, definitely staying in between the table. But in front it's very nice.
Merci beaucoup.
N'a pas de quoi. No?
Not yet. Okay. This is the one that should be. Okay.
Because maybe we start without.
tour of Eiffel or something like this. Thank you very much. So, so this is the T-score. I can explain later on about how this is working. It's just a kind of normalization we are doing here. And then we are looking for spikes. So hikes or spikes. So we are looking for outliers, always compared to the time window of 7 days, which means there is a spike if there is nothing happening for 6 days, and then we compare the last day, the most recent day, to the 6 days before. And this gives us some kind of ranking, and we are picking out the most high-ranked top 10 places which show up. In fact, we don't yet have places, we only have tile numbers, which means a center coordinates or something. And so we observed that, of course, sometimes you have clustering of tiles, meaning autocorrelation in geospatial statistics, which means if you have high activity in one tile, the probability you have high activity in a neighboring tile is very high, of course. So we don't want to show all these tiles each separately. We are trying to spatially cluster these tiles and only represent one as a representative of this tile cluster. Then we still don't have place names. We still only have coordinates, meaning the center coordinates of the tiles. And so we are using nominatim to reverse geocode and looking for names, which is in fact another challenge which I want to mention just afterwards. And finally, if we have these top 10 names, the Twitter bot is taking those and tweeting these place names. Or in case he couldn't retrieve something or fails otherwise, he at least says that he will come back tomorrow, hopefully. So what the first thing we realized is something you probably would have expected. This is an analysis which I have taken from Martin Reifer's work, which I will refer. So we have some challenges or so-called problems in analyzing, because of course we want to avoid bias. In fact, there are some crawling activities which are not detected below the radar of the admins, actually. And there are quite some very famous ones, of course. Who knows what this one is? Null Island, the 0, of course. The boy from the weather service, at least. And there are also other artifacts which are explainable. And then we have another artifact which is not really explainable unless you know Sputnik or other Russian or rocket science I don't know of, because in fact it could be something like a trace from Baikonur. That's just guessing, wild guessing. And we also have other kind of weird crawling activities. The first one, my student Lucas Martinelli, you probably know from yesterday, found out in his leisure time, was this kind of analysis of log traces on level 18 for one day. So we have here some traffic center. We have here the University and ETH of Lausanne. I mean, that's just the Lake of Geneva. And it's really weird how along highways those traces appear. But at least we can assume there are people just having online access during their drive or something. What's less explained and still unexplained are those kind of, how do you call those, comet-like traces Martin River blogged in his blog post about, which are also still yet unexplained. These are the references of this early work by analyzing the absolute amount of views visually. Another challenge is the clustering around one single hike or spike, so several neighboring spikes, which I just explained before, which shows up, it would show up like this, where we have almost perfect correlation between those coordinates, which are simply neighboring tiling coordinates. And this is something we can find out and only display one out of 4 or something, just to give space to real different hikes. Then a third challenge is the ranking itself of trending places, meaning that's a very well-known problem in time series analysis that we have on the left hand. These are the standard deviations, so it's already normalized. But even it's normalized, we have places where no activity is going on. These are the days. So it's analysis of around 30 days of 1 month. And these are the amount of, this is the reported count from the tile logs in steps of 10, because it's 0, and then from 10 upwards it's an integer. And so in this case it's 20, 22, and then it's 0 activity in this tile again. And then we have a spike here, and then we have no activity. So given we are here, and this is an obvious spike, how do you correlate, how do you compare this to, as I say always, to say the Tour of Eiffel in Paris, where you probably have many views every day. So it's linear, but it starts with 800 or something, goes up to 3,000 and more. And how do you compare those two? Because we won't have a bias. We really want to detect outliers because of sudden activity. So this is some kind of guessing we had to do to compare those. Of course, we normalize all this stuff, but there is still some kind of coefficient which somehow is our guessing to make those two activities comparable. The final challenge I want to present is, as already said, we only have coordinates, we don't have place names. So in the case of one example I will show, you will see the problem all of a sudden, because probably you want to catch the most important place nearby or within a bounding box, nearby the center coordinate or within this given bounding box. How to find out? And if you can tell me a nice geocoder which is capable to return the most important place around one coordinate within one radius, I would be interested in. It's a separate challenge of geocoding. Nomina team works very well, rather okay on this. I would wish to have also some point of interest, because if there is some news about Mount of Matterhorn in Switzerland, I would expect Matterhorn and not the city of Zermatt if it happens at the Matterhorn. So I have 3 examples of successful correlation between the Twitter bot, the trending places, and There are two sad ones and one happy news. The sad one in this case is the wildfire in Canada. You probably remember. It is a huge one. It's finally got 2 times the area of the country of Luxembourg, or 1/6 of whole Belgium was destroyed by this wildfire. And in fact, some days later, I mean, it happened 3rd of May finally, and at the 3rd it has been beaten, and then it still showed up on the 4th as number 3 in this graph. In fact, I have to explain the graph because it shows 2 different rankings. This is the ranking according to the standard deviation, and this is the absolute number of views on a logarithmic scale. So please be careful that we have here some, no, this is absolute now in this case, but still it's starting by a very high number, and this we changed this to logarithmic scale afterwards, and the ranking here is the increasing deviation. And then the second one is the good news. There was, in the 1st of June, Switzerland opened the longest railway tunnel of the world, the Gotthard Base Tunnel through the Alps, which connects south with the north. And then on the north side, there was one place where festivities have taken, and this was Flüren. Then the sad one was in Italy, the earthquake, and then Martin visualized this. And here you see the problem. It's all over this region of Marche and Aquino, but the center tile which showed up is around here, and Nominatim returned just one of the largest villages in this center tile. I mean, at least Marche is also the name of the region, so it's not too bad, but it's a problem, it's an issue. Interesting, actually. So, final statistics. I have analyzed, so the bot takes 5 hours, just fiddling with SQLite, not because of Python. And the reporting period of this slide is about 160 days, and 125 there was some result, and the top 10 countries have been Russia, and then half of the occurrences, the US places, then German places, and so on. And the top 10 place names overall have been Russian places in front, Ukraine, then Kazakhstan. In fact, when I saw this one, it could in fact have been a launch from Baikonur, but that's just some guessing. So the final open questions of this work is, why are there so much Russian places? Is it my algorithm, or is it really some unknown activity nobody could explain up to me up to now? The other question is, what's the influence of this crawling? And do we still have bias of places with spikes after zero activity? Or is there other bias to be expected from this analysis? Those are the open questions. So the final open questions are, do you know Seacliff or Athens? So my hope was that people would chime in and explain, I know why Athens shows up, and would reply. But in fact, probably because people think it's only a bot and not me, they are not replying that much, I would have expected. So still, if you have explanations, you can send it to me anonymously, because it's just fun. And I know correlation does not prove causation. It's not a proof, it's just some evidence, but it's kind of cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. I'm afraid that due to the technical problem at the beginning of the session, we can only take one question, so we are not running too late compared to the other auditorium. So, questions? Take your chance.
Hi. Would it be possible to easily remove all this crawling activity if you have, for example, hashes of IP addresses, so you can filter out all this? Because typically crawlers has just one IP, so you can eliminate it quite easily.
So to say, I don't have IPs, you know?
Yes, but if you would have, not original IPs, of course, but hashes or something more anonymous. But something to identify users.
That's a question I would forward to the admins because but I can understand the admins really don't want to have any means to trace back that you have been making holidays in Alaska or in Greenland or something, being the only one making holidays or something.
Okay, maybe this should happen before, during the anonymization already, this kind of filtering. So this data is not going out.
I discussed this, but it would be nice, and of course Google would do something like this, and it would be very convenient, but it's really a matter of really anonymous, to have privacy in this data.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we have to move forward, but that way we'll finish in time for coffee break and you will have plenty of time to continue the discussion with Stefan. And now I'm turning the floor to your second speaker for today, which is Beata Jangso from Telenav.
When I do play from start, it goes away.
You do have to just, yeah, it's, yeah, just do, see if you could just zoom on the slides, it's a resolution problem.
This?
Is the screen. If you could just do your presentation that way.
Because otherwise it does not work.
Otherwise, there is a resolution problem with the video projector.
Okay, but
so
can I hide?
Do it that way.
Okay, but can I hide this one? Could you help me with this?
Okay, or you should just. Okay, just. If you can do it that way.
Okay. Okay, hi everyone, I'm Beata from Telenav Romania, and today I will present to you the ImproveOSM project. That's an amazing project that we have developed in the last couple of months. We all know that OSM is an awesome map, but in general has a good quality and coverage, but there are still some places that are missing from the map, including one-way attributes and also turn restrictions. Manually gathering the missing element takes time and it is not so scalable. So keeping this in mind, we have started to analyze our huge amount of GPS data, and we came up with a suite of tools that identifies elements that are missing from the map and transforms to small tasks that can be solved by the community. So what is Improve OSM? Improve OSM is based on high volume of probe data and OSM. First, a little bit history regarding this project. This project has started as a Learning Friday project where we were focused on how to determine ways and neighborhoods that are missing from OSM. The results of this analysis were released last year in September via the Missing Roads tools. Then the next detection was focused on detecting double digitized ways that are not present in OSM. And this was released under the name of traffic flow direction. And last year in December, we released the last detection that were related to turn restrictions. At a height level view, our components can be described by the following diagram. You see there that we use the OSM map and we use the probe data. These two data sets goes to the Improve OSM engine. The Improve OSM engine is composed by a big data analyzer component that has three main components: the missing roads, the traffic flow direction, and turn restriction. The result of each of these components is inserted then to the corresponding database, and it's available via the missing road service, the traffic flow direction service, and the turn restriction service. These results can be visualized using one of the Improve OSM community tools. We have an Improve OSM JSON plugin, the Improve OSM web application, and lately we have also integrated the Improve OSM tools with the ID editor. So the missing roads components purpose is to identify roads that are missing from the map. After analyzing our first results, we also notified that besides missing roads, we also found missing parking lots, missing houses, and in many cases we found that not only the main roads is missing from the map, as in this case, but also the houses, and again the houses does not have any tags and so on. So the missing roads workflow can be mainly characterized by the following three steps. At the first step, we took the continental PBS and take out from this only the highways and waterways along with other attributes. We keep only the identifiers of these ways along with the geometry. At the second step, we have a filling component, and that component combines from the OSM map, the OSM tiles. And the last step, we took our probe data, and in the processor component, we compute the probe data tiles. And finally, at the overlay component, we took the probe data tiles and OSM tiles, and we get the tiles that are missing from the map. Now, some interesting facts about our main steps. So at the first step, when we take only the highway components, but lately we get a lot of interest from the community, and also the other keys were added, like golf, waterway, natural, and so on. These were supplied via the feedback form to us. At the second workflow step, we use a filling algorithm to generate the tiles. We only generate tiles from zoom level 18, and we generate for all the OSM roads and continental waters. In order to capture all the situations where the GPS is jumping a lot, we also generate buffer tiles. Okay, at step 3, on the processor components, besides generating tiles, again for zoom level 80, we also compute average speed for each tile and determine if a tile contains probes from the start, middle, end, or of the trail. This step is important in order to be able to determine if a tile probably contains road or parking attributes. Okay, on the overlay component, we take the probe tiles and the map tiles and the tiles that are not present on the map or the missing roads. We determine the tile type, we determine road, parking, mixed, water, and path. And we also use a clustering algorithm to discard invalid tiles. And we filter out also tiles that are generated on top of continental waters. We had a lot of tiles that are on waters. Probably our users use the GPS navigation also when they are on boat. Okay, the next component is the traffic flow direction. The purpose of this component is to identify double-digitized roads in OSM that, based on our analysis, are one-ways. This component can be described by the following workflow. At the first step, we use the speed profile results. The speed profile is another telenav component, and basically the results contains for each way a speed and a number of tracks for each direction. At this step, we compute the trail counts per direction. We compute also the percent of trails per direction and the result of the ways that satisfy these two component thing is the one-way processor. At the second step, we took the OSM data and extract all the highways, and this way we generate some kind of map data. And at the overlay component, we took all the map data generated with the one-way processor candidates, and we get the probable one-ways. Some interesting thing regarding our component steps. At the one-way processor, basically we do the following things, and if one way passes step 1 and 2, then we compute the confidence level based on the trail count. We need to introduce the confidence count because we get some false positives and somehow to indicate what would be the most important results to be added back to the map. At step 3, at the overlay component, besides joining map data with one-way candidates, we also filter out service roads, roundabouts, private roads, existing one-ways or deleted roads. This filter is executed periodically to remove deleted ways from our results, since the first speed profile component is run only periodically and it is not run, let's say, each month. And we somehow need to eliminate results that are not longer valid from our data set. The purpose of the turn restriction component is to identify turn restrictions that are missing from the map. This component workflow can be described by the following diagram. At the first step, we take the map matcher output. The map matcher is another component and basically returns a list of segments and along with a list of trails that were on those segments. Here we have 3 components: the intersection count, the turn restriction model, and the turn restriction finalizer. At the end of this process, we get a list of turn restriction candidates. At step 2, we took from the PBF the existing turn restrictions from the map. And the last step, we also here have a filter that filters out the existing turn restrictions from our candidate turn restrictions. Some interesting facts about our smaller components. At the intersection counts, we identify all the intersection from OSM and overlay this with the map matching result. This way we will get all the intersection from OSM with the number of traces that pass throughout each intersection. At the turn restriction model, this model purpose is to identify the turn restrictions, and this is based on some minimal number of tracks that a turn needs to have in order to be considered to be a valid one. And in the finalizer component, we identify the type of the turn restriction based on the geometry. Currently, we identify the following types, no left turn, no right turn, no straight on, and no U-turn. And we also here need to compute a confidence level that is based on the number of traces. Because in some situation also here we get some false positives and somehow need to separate the better results from the one that might be a turn restriction or not. The results of these three components are available via the ImproveSM tools. Currently we have three main tools. We have the web tool. The web tool is available via that link. We have a JSON plugin for these three components, and we also have an ID. The ID was developed in the last couple of months. So now I will show you a small video regarding the web application. Okay, here in the web application we display a heat map for each of the three layers, and on the right side you can see that we have also filter. You can filter out the map, filter out the status, and the one-way confidence, missing road type, and also the turn restriction confidence. In order to be able to edit in this tool, you need to be logged in with your OSM ID, and to see the actual missing attributes, you need to zoom in to a street level view, as shows the example. And at the street level view, for example, for the missing roads, the tiles will be shown. The tiles are colored based on different color. Okay, our next tool is the ID tool. In the ID, we took a different approach, and instead of showing a heat map, we show clusters, as in the case of the JSON plugin. We use three different colors: red for missing roads, blue for turn restriction, and yellow for one-ways. On the left side, you can see there is also an ImproveSM panel. Here you can filter out the results and even filter out to see only, let's say, one-ways or only missing roads. And also in this tool, in order to see the actual elements, you need to zoom in a lot. And after the map is displayed, street level map, the one-way element will be highlighted. And also here you can see details of the selected element. So the next tool is the JSON plugin. Here you can see that we use the same visualization as in the case of the ID, and we display clusters instead of the heat map. Here we have three layers: missing roads, turn restriction, and traffic flow direction. And for each layer we have a different set of filters. Also here, in order to see the actual missing elements, you need to zoom in. And on the right side, on the ImproveSM panel, you can see the elements of a selected item. And also from this panel, you have filter, comment, solve, and invalidate functionality. And now a short video regarding on editing workflow. In this case, the user starts to look up missing roads from the web application. In order to edit in JSON, you need to have enabled the remote control plugin, and we kindly advise you to check, for example, the missing roads, check separate imagery layers to be sure that the elements are actually missing, because otherwise you will end up to add something that maybe it's not valid. And if you find elements that are invalid, please mark as invalid. And after you edit the item in the map, it is a good idea to also close it via the ImproveSM plugin, the tiles. And in the JSON plugin, via the setting, you can also enable or disable some of our layers. Let's say you want to focus only to missing roads and you didn't want to see all the time the other two layers. Here are some statistics regarding our detection. As you can see, we detect most missing roads, and also the missing roads are mostly solved by the community. That is followed by the traffic flow direction, and for turn restrictions we have only a few of them solved, but this is mainly because it is much more harder to add a turn restriction than a missing road or missing house. Okay, so currently we are still developing our ImproveISM components, and our next steps will be first to create map roulette challenges for the ImproveISM data, add more new fresh data so you guys will have more places to edit that are missing from the map. We are also working on enhancing our algorithms by applying machine learning. And soon the ID tool will replace our web application. I think it will be around 2 months, if I'm not mistaken. And after that, we will have only the ID tool and the JSON plugin. And of course, we are still adding new features to the JSON plugin. Okay, this is only a short announcement. We will have also an OpenStreetView presentation tomorrow around 10. And we have also a booth, and please stop at our booth. Any question? Maybe if some of your question, what are we using for processing? We using for data storage Hash-based and HDFS, and for data processing Hadoop and Spark. And this is all. If you have any question, feedback, or new feature, please write either via the ImproveISM plugin GitHub or via the Missing Roads feedback page. Thank you.
Thank you, Beata. Again, to get back on time, I'm afraid we can only take 1 or 2 questions. And may I kindly ask our third speaker to come down and put his slides on the laptop while doing so. Thank you. So, questions? No question at all? Oh, yeah, there.
Yeah, so that was super exciting what is possible. It sounds like it depends a lot on where Telenav is operating. I was just wondering, sort of, what are the statistics on where and how many cars you're on and things like that?
I can show later you some statistics via the ImproveISM tools, but Telenav has via its Scout application integrated also the old Scobbler, so we basically have data also in Europe and also in America, and we have also in South America, and basically the other places where our users goes. But later on I can show you if you are interested in a country or something like that.
Another question? We have time. No question? Last word? No? Okay, well then, thank you again, Beata. And I will now turning the floor to Dylan Mariarty from Development Seat. Please welcome him.
Nice work. I just want to ask which one of the final user-oriented pages have been used most? I mean, which have been turned out to be most useful?
So the system is still pretty fresh. So we haven't gotten as much feedback as we'd like so far, but at least from like actually going and seeing it live in use, the leaderboards have actually been like pretty encouraging. People kind of like the extra competition that adds, at least for like group mapping. And we also are aware of a couple of like companies that like use this, or like other organizations and universities that kind of really like having the collective sum of their edits basically. Like they like being able to like have some students be able to like map together and then see collectively like, oh man, we've done this much. So like at least that feedback has been positive. But we're still definitely looking forward to seeing like how this develops.
Okay, thank you. Any other question?
Give it to that person then.
There was somebody here.
Hi. Quick question. Basically, do we know the percentage of change sets that actually have the hashtag comment in it? What percentage of all change sets have the hashtag comment applied to it? So, do you know how many ones you actually are monitoring? Of the percentage of all change sets that actually happen, do you know how many you are monitoring by your?
I do know that it's used widely by humanitarian groups. They said it's at least, and then they also base like a kind of added data jobs as well. But I'm not familiar with how many total currently using this. I think it's still like it's still kind of a new application of using comments. So probably not too many.
Okay, so there was a question downstairs.
Congratulations for the application. I had two questions. One of them, what is the length of the data? So the data is from when you started the server, or you can backtrack it until 2014 when the ethic data, or?
Right. So right now, the data, we have not been able to backtrack it yet. But right now, so it's tracking basically since we launched it back in February. And it's got change sets from then to the present.
And do you think that it would be possible to do something like this on all of the data, like change set or no change set, like for all of OSM users, and then to see kind of the general leaderboard? Would be feasible using this implementation?
Like generate statistics for just all of those in general.
Yeah.
I believe there's been a little bit of work done on that already. Like, but the hashtags just kind of help distill it down a little bit more. Like, help us process just a subsection of it. It'd be awesome if like the infrastructure would allow for that time analysis to be done. But at least right now, even just the hashtag missing map subsection requires a fairly big like bucket and quite a few processing power to actually just build that alone. So.
And the only last, it would be possible to filter by regions, like for countries or for different things, and see the leaderboard. If
So like generated for a
specific, yeah. Yeah.
So there are a few groups like that. Like right now, the only way that's being done is via basically hashtagging of groups. Like I think there's like West Africa is one of them. So people that are editing those, there are a few that will use that tag to say like we're part of just this greater part of it. But yeah, not yet.
A small comment here that you tried to preempt in your talk, but I'm nevertheless, the comment field is intended for human consumption, and hashtags should not really be in the comment field. It's an abuse of the comment field. And it's not too bad because we're all hackers and we abuse things to build cool stuff all the time. So it's totally okay for you to start with that. But the infrastructure offers you the flexibility to add any number of tags to any change set. So it would be cool if in the future, if people build more things like this that analyze change sets and so on, it would be cool if we could just use another tag attached to the change set, not the comment tag, but something else, some tag that's called project or whatever, and then we could add any sorts of interesting metadata to that. And that will then mean that we have a clear separation. Okay, this is metadata intended for statistical analysis, for computer programs that make leaderboards and so on. And then there would also be a verbal comment that is not intended for computers to process, but for humans. That would be the ideal future and would be cool if you could sort of, if all the people who are interested in that could agree on some way of doing it and then improve things that way.
It's very much open-ended as far as like where things go from here. But I think, adding like a tag to it would probably be a little bit better way. But at least right now, this is the way that we are able to track it. So.
We still have time for a few questions. Anyone interested? No? Okay then, I think we can thanks again Dylan for his presentation. And before, sorry people, if you could stay seated one more minute, Gregory here has a small announcement to make regarding birds of a feather.
So you can go down to the tea break if you want. I was going to update on birds of a feather. I have the fresh list to the end of the day. 11:30 in half an hour, wheel map. I think I talked about that earlier. Navigation and routing. I mean, go downstairs if you want and read the board is what I say. Navigation and routing on OpenStreetMap at 12 o'clock, as well as documenting overpass API. Diversity in OpenStreetMap. And are you happy with current blurry? You're going to have to read that one downstairs. Expanding the OpenStreetMap Foundation membership. And history mapping, they're the next few birds of a feather. There's ones after that. But go and look at the birds of a feather, see what you're interested in. And we're still working on the internet connection. It's if you wondered what it was like in 2004 when OpenStreetMap started and people didn't tweet everything, and I was talking to someone downstairs and they said, "Oh, have you heard about this? I'll look it up." Yeah, no, can't do that right now. But we're working on it. Apparently there was a fire somewhere, so it was out of our control. But enjoy the tea break. Be back here in half an hour.
Okay, so for the few of you still listening, thanks again to our speakers who did a wonderful job despite the audio problem. And this session will resume at 11:30. Enjoy the coffee break.
And you did mapping for schools. And it has really assisted us in placing some of these schools and knowing where they are. We have even partnered with other organizations, and we have given them their map for information. They have come asking us, how do we get to know the schools, where they are located? And we have always given them that map. Actually, we have been using information.
Hi. Yeah. There will be two speakers. Yeah, but I will. There will be two speakers, which are them, and after them we make a short break, switch to this computer. All we need to do is just take out this plug and put out this one. Yeah, it's just take the cable because they need sound, and the sound is only from there. Yeah. Okay. sitting somewhere.
Okay, welcome again, everyone. I think we should start right now. So just a small update about Wi-Fi. There was a fire apparently in a technical building here at VUB yesterday during the night. So the Wi-Fi is very unlikely to come up again during the day. So for those of you who have access to the Auditorium network, it's the best option right now. Otherwise, our wonderful geek guys right at the end just set up a small open SOTM network, but it's using basically your own in-house Wi-Fi router, so it should be very limited in terms of bandwidth and number of connection. So please use it only for urgent matter emails and stuff like that. Sorry, but there is really not much more that we can do right now. So let me now introduce our first speaker, Hank from Red Cross International and Katja from Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, and I will give the floor to them right now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, still morning, at least in my time zone. Welcome. First a little bit of, so we both, so that's Katja from the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, and we from the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Organization Societies. I'll just name it Red Cross. I hope that you'll feel that that's okay for now. We both did an idea or an attempt to map camps in the refugee crisis, during the refugee crisis. And both attempts are slightly a little bit different because in the MapFugee project, it was mainly trying to map an informal camp in Calais. You probably all read about it. And we're trying to do some mapping of camps that are official formal camps. So, and at some point I was kind of thinking like it would be nice to just compare the two because they have different kind of dynamics, what to do with it. So, I first want to just give the floor to, I would say, a very successful project. Katja from HOT, who's running the MapFugee project, and she's going quickly through the idea how they set up the whole project, how it worked, and what the outcomes are. And then afterwards, I'll be coming back and talk a little bit more about what we as the Federation have done for mapping in Greece. Sorry about that. It's all to keep you awake, because I know Saturday is a difficult day. You've all been out doing whatever you've been doing on a Friday night, and it's so there. Let's see how I can get up to the other presentation, and we're there. So, Katja, if you want to go up. And tell us what I'll just need to get this kind of like. Tell us about the project in Calais.
Okay, thank you, Hank. Hi, good morning. So, as I was kindly introduced by Hank, this is about two participatory mapping projects. One took place in Dunkirk, and one took place in Calais. These are two informal camps. The camp in Calais is semi-organized, semi-state-run, and the camp in Calais is not run by any NGO and also not run by the state. They're pretty much located here, as you can see, and they're located at the border to the UK and also near to Belgium. And there are reasons why people are here. Yeah, mainly this image pretty much sums it up. Why they're here, they want to go to the UK and they cannot do so in a legal way, so they take alternative routes, let's call it like that. So they try to jump on lorries, to sneak into cars, to cross the borders, or it's also possible to do it by paying people for taking them there. Most of them are fleeing war and conflict. They come from very poor countries, or they experienced ethnic or political oppression in their home countries. The evolution of the camps. Both are pretty new camps. Dunkirk was a makeshift camp that originated in summer 2015, and the conditions were really unacceptable. So MSF decided at the beginning of this year to construct a camp with their own money according to humanitarian standards. It has a very homogenic population, mostly people from Kurdistan, from Iraq, Iran, Syria. There is a large number of families in this camp, about 20%, many kids running very fast on their bikes, and also a small number of unaccompanied minors. This is an aerial image of the camp, so you can really see it's nicely designed, very well structured. While the camp in Calais is a real makeshift camp, a spontaneous camp, people started gathering there last year in spring, and half of the camp was evicted. At the beginning of this year, the French state is present with a container camp for 1,500 people. By now there are 10,000 residents, and numbers are rising. 1,000 unaccompanied minors, and the population is of very mixed origins. So I think the largest communities are from Afghanistan, Sudan, many people coming now from Ethiopia, and also Oromo people. Eritrea is another country, and then smaller populations from Pakistan, Kurdish people, Syria, and since some time also Egyptian and Palestinian people. 98% in this camp are men. And as I said, it's continuously growing, and especially the number of unaccompanied minors coming to the camp is varying. While I was there in July, there were about 10 new minors arriving each day. Both, as I already said, the camp in Dunkirk is semi-organized. There are many volunteer organizations present, but also NGOs are responsible for something like health, are also washed. The sanitary conditions are very good compared to Calais, which is mainly volunteer and also refugee run. There are many refugee community leaders who are really taking responsibility for what's going on in the camp. They have regular coordination meetings with NGOs and volunteer organizations. NGOs present in the camp are acted with 2 people. MSF runs a youth center, and MDM offers psychosocial support. And as I said, the French government provides 3,000 meals a day and runs the container camp. So the infrastructure in Dunkirk is really better. They have no public electricity, but street lamps and public Wi-Fi. In Calais, as you can see, this is a usual place in Calais, so it doesn't, they have an insufficient waste management, which is a major problem there. So this is what it looks like. The housing in Dunkirk are really beautiful MSF boxes. In Calais, the new arrivals are sleeping rough most of the time. There are small tents like this one, self-built structures, a mix of MSF boxes, caravans, mostly for families, and the container camps. The data situation we faced in Dunkirk was no geodata, no up-to-date imagery. We had some CAD files, and in Calais there's this one hand-drawn map, and there are 3 infoboids, and then there are 3 active maps. And we had some data from UMAP. So the outreach we did at very central spaces. In Dunkirk, we were located at the Refugee Welcome Center, which is here, which In Calais, we had a kind of 3 methods of reaching people. So we had our headquarters at Jungle Box, which is a very popular place. And then we had temporary headquarters to reach smaller communities and mobile mapping teams. This is Jungle Books. This is an example of our temporary headquarters, and this is what mobile mapping looks like. So we were just recruiting people who were walking by, asking them if they wanted to map with us. The tools we used are very simple. It was field papers, drawing, garments, and mapping on smartphones. So in Dunkirk, we were able to walk people through a complete workflow. They had a strong learning curve, and they really built up their capacities and reactivated their skills. It was a lot of walking, collecting traces, a lot of field papering, and then getting the data, editing a JSON. And in the end, it was an OpenStreetMap. In Calais, it was totally different. Because there was a high fluctuation of people attending, but we got them involved by creating their own maps, drawing them. So this is what it looks like in the end. This is the container camp where we didn't have access to, but there were nice refugee mappers who did that for us. And they created, for example, color code. So this guy's 16 years old, Idris from Ethiopia, and he did this just on his own. We didn't influence him in any way, and I think he really got the point of a pretty good map. Then we had several games just to find out what are the points of reference and how do people structure their daily life. And we did all the camp translations together with them. In total, there were 6 languages. And we just attached the maps basically everywhere, at Jungala Radio, all classrooms, and also at the Coptian church. The points of interest and area of interest were in both camps distribution points, educational facilities, and also the free shops where they could get free food, like the Snack Shack, very popular, very good food. And then, same in Calais. They had just much more restaurants, like this one. Then communal kitchens, the Afran kitchen, refugee info bus with free Wi-Fi, the welcome van for new arrivals, another school. The church, of course, is a point of interest, and the mosque. And football. There are a lot of sport activities going on, and this is an interesting point of interest because it's the embankment in there, and they have good data connection. The challenges in both camps were the same. So presence of police raids, spontaneous fights breaking out, and the presence of mafia and gangs. For people who don't know what this is, these are tear gas canisters, which are, especially in Calais, police use them and seem to like them. So the challenge for individual mappers is, of course, you need to be very resilient, self-aware of what's going on, and aware of what's going on around you, flexible, and you should have physical and mental health to survive. So the outcome in practical terms was, of course, the data is awesome. We had physical service maps, smaller maps for handout, and we also created a surroundings map and a bus guide. Both was requested by the refugees. So in Calais, also data and awesome. Physical maps, one general camp map and one map especially for the miners, which was requested by MSF. So that's it, and we were supported by really great organizations, Kahane Foundation, Bibliothèques Sans Frontières, which the logo is not really, doesn't look very good. Mapbox provided us with imagery. Thanks very much. And Mapillary with technical equipment, and of course we had a lot of volunteers and remote contributors from OpenStreetMap, especially OpenStreetMap France, and many Missing Maps volunteers from the UK, and of course it wouldn't have been possible without all the refugee mappers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really love this project because it also kind of triggered us when we were talking about we want to have maps from camps. How should we do that? And the Map Refugees project really proved the idea we can do that together with, so we can do that together with refugees. So a little bit background, sorry about that. So a little bit of background on how the Red Cross is a little bit structured, because it gives a little bit of idea. So we have 190 Red Cross and Red Crescent organizations in the various countries, and they are basically doing most of the work. We have a federation where I'm currently working for, which is supporting the national Red Cross and Red Crescent organizations. If there's extra need, we try to help in. And there's also then the ICRC, which basically covers if there's any form of conflict situations. So if you see in Syria, next to the Syrian Arabic Red Crescent organization, you also see the ICRC trying to get food into Aleppo and these kind of organizations. We work along the 7 fundamental principles. You can look it up on the website if it's interesting. But it really kind of gives, we want to be independent. We really work with volunteers because we really try to engage with local communities, making them stronger. And also then the federation here says we're trying to help support the local national Red Cross organizations. Okay, back to quickly where we are, refugees. And if you then look at the various camps in Greece, because I'm now trying to focus on Greece, this is Idomeni. It's closed by now, but this was Idomeni at some of the heights of when we had about 10,000 people there. It kind of, so if you go to it, and if you're from a little bit of distance, it kind of feels like a festival camping, that kind of thing. But if you really look, if you're really into it, it's a little bit more, I think the word is sad. Especially, for instance, if it's raining, it's not the place to be. And also you see children there, that kind of thing. So that was kind of horrible. Now we see way much more different camps popping up because the flow has stopped. The borders has closed. So we need to look a little bit more like long term. This is in Cordelio. This is in the north of Greece, near Thessaloniki. Another one is near Kavala. That's also in the north. You see another tent kind of thing. Interesting about this picture is one of the things that you miss, which is very important that kind of have in summer, is trees. Lots of these camps in Greece are military property. This is on an Air Force base. You kind of understand where there's not that many trees up there. But if it's summer, you can understand it's pretty rough place to be there. Another one, Rizona. It's north of Athens. Again, lots of tents and that kind of thing. And the last bit is, last one here is Karamangas, which is also now near to Athens. And you see here, you see more of these container camps, which do have air conditioning, that kind of thing in it. Here you see also an activity that we're trying to do there, we do some hygiene promotion with clowns and that kind of thing to teach people that they need to wash their hands, that they need to put the garbage in the garbage cans and that kind of thing to really start to stay healthy. Okay, we did basically, just 3 slides. We did it kind of thing, we tried to do it in 2 phases. Phase 1, really trying to get aerial imagery to do some structural mapping of, you're going to be up here in a short minute and just drag me out of there, sorry. To do this kind of structural image mapping that we can trace the containers and tents and that kind of thing. We kind of learned that not always a recent aerial imagery was available or imagery was available, but you had clouds or lots of trees that kind of not really was helpful. But since the camps are pretty small, we could easily get it done. So this is Escaramangas. I told you what it is. It's just a nice buildings kind of structure. This is Herreso, it's also in the north. So these kind of things are on the map. The phase 2, this is the last slide. So the phase 2 that we wanted to do is just get the local community, the migrants who are living in these camps involved and get all the nice POIs and that kind of thing on the map itself. What do they feel is important to be on the map? And they can maintain and they can also keep the map updated. So for that, we wanted to look at a group of local OSM volunteers who can help train people. And we found these in a group of volunteers from the Hackerspace in Greece. And you'll definitely know these people because Dorothea, she's up there, she's one of the people there, and she's now also hired as the admin for the OpenStreetMap Foundation. So excellent. So I think the OpenStreetMap Foundation did a very good job in hiring her. So we're really happy with that. Then it's also like the kind of thing that we have local staff. So we can only advise the Hellenic or the Greek Red Cross, like in we want to do these kind of things. So we also need to try and convince these kind of things. And you sometimes have difficulties like, well, people live here, so they kind of know where things are. So why do you want to put it on the map? It's really necessary. So that's a slight problem that we need to overcome. But thirdly, I also see that it is pretty difficult in a formal camp because we need to get access to people to get on the map. We do not run the camp, so every time that we bring people onto the camp, we need to ask for access and permission to be there on it. So we went there like, hey, we have this great group of people, want to teach them to map. And then they kind of think like, oh, map, I don't know. Again, like I said, most of these camps are military properties. Militaries and mapping things are not really the nice combining stuff. So that's a little bit of problematic there. So the second phase, we're still trying to figure out how we can do that, but it's a little bit difficult. So I hope, going to the conclusion, we're trying to figure it out. Maybe we're going to get the experience and maybe look at different countries. Anyways, this is a nice experience that we wanted to do, really committed in trying to make it together with the local communities. Unfortunately, we were not completely successful in what we initially planned. But anyways, we keep hope, and hopefully next time we can do a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Henk. Thank you, Katja. Sorry for rushing you, but we would like to keep time for a few questions. So I think we can take 2 questions. If there is anybody interested, please raise your hand.
Hello, I'm here. Okay, thank you for your presentation. The 2 presentations were really interesting, but I just wanted to ask you about when you work with the communities, how, because you were speaking that you want to put people on the map and then they say, what does this add to us, or how would that change? I'm asking about this discussion because I think it's pretty crucial. And when Katja was speaking in the first place, I think that the mapping that you're working on is pretty political, and this political aspect has to be emphasized in a way when, like, I don't know, how do you emphasize it when you speak with the people, that it's not only about mapping where they are, but mapping also how do they live, and those conditions, those inhuman conditions in a way, and also this mapping as a protest, you know, like as saying that we are here, we are forced to be here in a way. What about their human needs, you know, like I think that their map would definitely be different than any other map of a beautiful European city, or going with the school children in Europe, asking them to draw their neighborhood. I'm asking about that. I hope I'm clear.
So usually we got them to map by showing them a blank map of the camp from Google Maps and also from OpenStreetMap. And this clearly highlighted that they were not on any maps, so their needs and demands weren't seen anywhere. So I think this made really sense to them to map where they were. Of course, I know it's a political issue, and I have I have my opinion about what's going on there and what might be improved, but it wasn't a political project. So it was really mainly to support the refugees, to find their ways in the camp, for the miners to know where the safe spaces are, and for new arrivals where to go, where to get legal counseling. So I really narrowed this down to very practical things. That was basically it, because people are displaced, which also means they suffer from PTSD, and displacement really means you have really big difficulties in adjusting to a situation, more than we usually do when we visit a new city.
Adding to that, and then we also don't see the map as just a map and we can do with it. It's a vehicle of engaging with communities, engaging with people there to try and understand what is important for you, what do we need to do, how can we help, and giving people control over that process. So if they can map, like, for instance, if it's about security, if they feel not secure in several places, we can map, or they can map a lamppost or maybe cameras and that kind of thing, and then say, this is a place where we don't have these things there, and that's why we feel unsafe there. So it's a vehicle to start a conversation how we can do better. And therefore, it's for us very important to have the community itself take control over that map, and that we're not going to say, you can map this and you can't map that. I hope that kind of answers your question.
It's also really important for reporting, because people get aware of what's missing, like waste management and such things, which is extremely important for the organizations working there. Oh, and we also just had fun mapping, to be honest.
Thanks so much. In the name of our governments, thank you for your help and contribution in these scenarios. Just a quick question about, is there a plan to also do Open Street View or with Mapillary, something like that, to actually get a picture as well for each location, so we can do all like a little browsing around these areas?
We had people from Mapillary on site, but it is very difficult to take pictures in the camps. And I strongly discourage everybody going there, just visiting the camps, to even get out their smartphones to take a picture. Refugees don't want their faces shown. So, but the people I showed there were our own pictures, and we were allowed to take them. Mapillary was on site and they could take pictures, not as many as they were used to, but I really recommend you to look it up there. It's very impressive what they did, and they also released a blog post and a photo story.
Okay, thank you again, Henk and Katja. And please welcome now our second speaker, Zakaria Mwindi, from, we will talk to you about open schools in Kenya.
Hi, my name is Zach. I'm from Kibera. I work as the lead mapper. And when Mikel and Erika introduced us to the mapping, the project about mapping Kibera. Initially, the area of Kibera was just a blank spot, and having been raised in Kibera and lived in Kibera, I felt this was like a misrepresentation of the area. So I took it upon myself as a challenge and as inspiration to embark in this process of mapping, mainly to paint a positive image about Kibera. because for many years the image that has been portrayed about Kibera was negative, both by the local media and international media. So in 2014, we started a project on open schools, and the idea was mapping every school that is in Kibera, showing their location, where they are, and collecting extra information about the school, like the population, number of teachers that are there, both male and female, number of students, both male and females. We're also collecting every form of school, from the lowest level, which is nursery schools, the preschools, the primary schools. We also collected data on secondary schools and some of the institutions that are there, like driving schools and the driving schools. So our idea was building up a site for all schools that is citizen-owned and sustainable and updatable. So so this is the Open Schools Kenya.org, and all these points that you're seeing green are all schools that are in Kibera. So by the time we were done with the project, we had collected around 339 schools, and you can see the population of teachers was around 2,183. The most fascinating thing was the number of students. That's around like 54,000 students that are learning from Kibera. Around 5,000 of them are in the public schools. Public schools are mainly the schools that are being run by the government, but most of the schools here are either private or run by a CBO, which is a community-based organization, or a church. So you find like there are many schools inside here that government referred them to as non-formal, so they didn't like meet the standards of the Ministry of Education. Then the other interesting thing about the area is that most of the public schools are always located outside the area. So you find like there are around 4 public schools that are in Kibera, and most of the students also in those public schools are students who are coming from the slum. So one of the things that we did first, as normal as we do as MAP Kibera, is always do like a community engagement. And for this project, we presented the beta form of the website, and we discussed with teachers, showed them the sites, and give them like feedback on what they like to see, how they can navigate around the site, and also give feedback of something that maybe they would like to be added on top of what we had already developed. So this like a picture of one of the schools in Kibera. The other thing is most of the schools are houses. Someone maybe started a business and he rented some of the houses, and that's where now the school is situated. So every school basically have like a profile. So if you click on a specific school, you get to see the location of the school where it is. So it filters all the information and only highlights the school where is it, the location. And we have the information that we collected when you were in the ground. So all this information that you're seeing here is the information that is related to the school that is being highlighted there. So some of the information that we are collecting is, as I mentioned, number of students, number of teachers. The other interesting thing is about the toilet accessibility. So some of the questions that you are asking them are, do you have access to toilets? And if you don't have, what are some of the options that you have? So you find most of the schools don't have toilets, and there are public toilets that are outside just near the school. So they have like a collaboration between with some of the toilets. So they send the students out to some of those toilets so the student can access the toilets. Then at the end of the month, they pay some certain charges. So that's another challenge that is already posing to their education, because that means a student has to leave the class, go all the way to access a toilet that is outside the school. So that's another challenge that was coming out of the work that we did. The other thing is about we're also collecting information about sanitary towel program in the schools, and we realize most of the schools do not have this. Some of them, the organizations that were providing the services, but with time they stopped. So some of them are lacking those services. So this the site. Then the other thing we did, we downloaded data from, we collected data from Kenya Open Data. This is information that the government had done, a survey that the government had done in 2007. And as you can see, there are a lot of blanks. So what you are trying to do is match the gaps that are there with the data that the government had provided. And so on the left side is the information that we collected, and on the right side, on the end, is the information that were collected by the government. So we find like there are a lot of loopholes on that data. So you are trying to bridge the gap that is there with the data. So the other thing that we did at the end of the project was sharing the information with schools. So here I'm just demonstrating to the students and the teachers on how to use how to navigate through the site. We also distributed copies of maps to some of the schools. Like every school that we went to and mapped, we gave them a copy of the map, and you can see the smile on the teacher seeing where his school is located on the map. So the other thing, we also shared the information. We have been trying so much for many years to get in touch with the government. This has been like our main challenge, having the government to take this data and be able to use it. So this is the area MP of Kibra, Ken Okoth, and he's really advocating for education in the slum. So he's been doing a lot of projects around building up the capacity of students. He's been renovating some of the classes, bringing up projects that are related to education. So he's been one of the main users of the information and the data that we collected. So lessons learned, just like any other relationship, it requires time. When we started, it was a bit hard getting the community to use the information that we have provided. But over the years, through the work that we've been doing, we've been creating the relationship with the community has been growing stronger and stronger. So like when we started, it was a bit hard even to collect information to some of the facilities. Like I went to one of the clinics and I asked, I had a questionnaire that I was filling, and I asked these guys to fill in the information, and this is what he told me, that he has seen so many research groups that are coming to Kibera. So the question he asked me, how different are you guys? So I took like more than 1 hour there, explaining to the guy what we are doing, and it was a bit hard, but finally gave them the information. But over the years, one of the approaches that we took, as I mentioned, about printing the maps and giving it has really worked positively for us. Like when you are giving the information, one of the schools that I went to, this is what one of the teacher said, that now I can trust you guys. I know that you are a trustworthy and reliable organization. And from there, we were engaged in different discussion. So that's one thing that lesson that we've learned. Always giving back like to the community. And sharing the outcome of the project helps to earn the trust of the community. So the more once you've done a project, once you go back to the community and share what you've done, slowly you get to earn the trust of them. So it becomes even easier to get information from them. So when we were distributing the maps, by the time I was leaving one school, it's like another school was already waiting for me. They are like, we have been waiting for you. The information was spreading very fast, that there are guys who are distributing maps and sharing the information that they are collected. So it wasn't even hard now to get to some of those schools. And even doing updates, it's been easier because they already know what exactly you've been doing. So what next? So one of the things that we've been doing is constantly updating the school data. So for example, this point that you see here, it's a road that the government has been building. It's a link road that's supposed to cut across Kibera. And as you can see, there are some schools that are going to be affected. There's a school here, and then there's another school here. But due to some political reasons, the road was moved from this point. So it was adjusted, then it was moved to where the purple line is. Initially, where the road was supposed to be, only one school was going to be affected. But now, where they have moved it, around 4 schools, 3 to 4 schools are going to be affected. And these are like one of the biggest schools, non-formal schools. So we find like over 200 students will end up being displaced. And the other challenge is also, we have also been doing updates. There's an area, the government, the railway line has been evacuating guys. So I had to go back again to the field, make sure that I can locate where the schools are. So some of them had already been relocated, had moved their location. So this is one of the things that we are doing with the project, constantly making updates to the data to make it current and up to date. So when someone is accessing the information, they're able to get the current update of the data. So the other thing also, we're also doing engagement with different stakeholders. We were in a conference, and there's a program that is being run under the iLab research institution in Strathmore. They are doing a program called DigiKids, and they are doing they are training them on how to do hacking and all that, and coding. So one of the facilitators was like, he really wanted to also do something also similar to Kibera, but now the challenge that they were facing is they didn't have information. So such information being provided, and at the end of it all, it moves from being a data, also now people are able to get accessibility to some of such services. So they are planning to do like a program like that in schools in Kibera. The other thing is also we are also looking up to scaling up the project to other different parts of Nairobi. So currently we are already in the process of trying to implement the same concept in Mathare, which is one of the other biggest slums in Nairobi. Then the other thing is also work closely with the government. I'll be sharing a video on how the government has been using the information. So now that we can't get the high level of government, we are trying to get to the closest government institutions that are there. So giving the information, getting to share with them, and also seeing how they are using it. Then the other thing, the last thing that we are also doing is developing a feedback mechanism for parents' rating of schools. So the idea that we had for this project was basically to provide the information to parents so they're able to make informed decisions when they're doing like a school selection. So we find like in Kenya, most of the times parents do take their students or select schools depending on word of mouth. So one parent shares that there's a good school somewhere, then the parents makes the decision using the information that you are. But what you wanted to do is provide this information so they can have a look at it, and by the time they are choosing a school, they are able to make a correct decision. Oh, thank you. So I'll just share the small video how the information is being used on the ground by both the government and also the community in Kibera.
Appreciate the work that you did. I appreciate that you even developed a map for Kibera, and you did mapping for schools. And it has really assisted us in placing some of these schools and knowing where they are. We have even partnered with other organizations, and we have given them their map for information. They have come asking us, how do we get to know the schools, where they are located? And we have always given them that map. Actually, we have been using your information more than you can imagine. We have even been making photocopies of those maps for some people who are interested to work here in Kibera. So I wish you could have even given us more of them.
The Ministry of Education is a bigger institution. So we feel that when I will be working, maybe you give me something that can help me digitize, share with them if I'm going to these offices, so that I tell them this is the number of the schools, this is the population, and this is what we want to do with these children. This is what we think it is very important. So I think that with MAP Kibera, in partnership with us, I would be really happy to see this working and making a change in Kibera.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zakaria. We do have time for a few questions, so if anyone interested, please raise your hand.
Thank you very much for that great presentation. One of the things that I'm curious about, and this is related to a question that was asked earlier of Hank, I think we do a really good job as a community in mapping, but there's not always someone who wants to consume the data that we're using. So that process of mapping and the creation of geographic data can be used for advocacy. And you talked a lot about the challenges of connecting to government and getting the government to use your information. So I wonder if you could just talk about that a little more, how you build those relationships with the government. Do you have an advocacy strategy? If you could talk about that a little bit, I'd be interested to hear more.
Oh, so as I mentioned, the lady who was sharing there is the sub-county director of education. And one of the things that we did when we were giving out the maps, we gave it directly to him. And we also have the area MP who has also been using the information. So there have been, when there are anything that is happening, considering anything to do with government, they have also been using the information. So currently there's a project, there's a program the government is running on, it's called Update. So what they're doing is basically, most of these schools don't meet the criteria the government has for schools. So you find like one of the criteria is a school has to have a compound, and then it has to have like a permanent structure. So there was a discussion that was already there. So this, the video that you've just seen was during that meeting, and now they are willing to incorporate the schools into the system. They have lowered the standards, so you find like they have given them like, if you want to ask to register the school, you have to meet some. So there are some standards that they have lowered, and they are willing to compromise. So I can see that the information has been being used effectively both by the government and also by the community. So you find the other challenge that has been coming, and think to do with the criteria, is most of the Kibera, the entire area of Kibera, it's not owned by anyone. It's still most of the guys who live there don't have title deeds. So one of the issues that was coming up by the schools was bringing out is they can't build up like a permanent structure, because apparently you end up building a structure, then the land you are using is not yours. So the next time government comes and says this land does not belong to you, and that's the same case that was happening to the railway evacuation. So you find like the government doesn't know these schools are there. In fact, one of the things that we didn't capture in the video is like the government only knew about 100 schools that are in Kibera, and in reality there are over 300 schools. So most of these schools that are there, they don't know where they're existing. So when they are doing their projects, they don't understand where these schools are. So at the end of it all, you find like they end up being affected by it. So what you're doing is trying to provide this information, get into the area MP, sharing with them. So like the ones that I've just shown about the project has already been stopped for a while to make sure that there's a lot of court issue. The issue is already at the court, so they had already stopped the project for a while. So we are still also following up what's going on, so that is anything that happens, we're able to make an update. So I can say the government has slowly been using the information, though initially it was a bit hard.
Here. Hi. One of the things after a map is done, the hardest thing is maintenance. So you were mentioning about updating the information of the schools. So how is the process? Because it was not clear for me if you have people in the ground every certain period updating the information, and how you share it again with the people interested in having the number of students or the changes of the addresses of the schools and all these kind of things.
Sorry, I didn't get the last part.
Yeah, how do you share after you collect it also? How do you do the maintenance of the information in the map, and how you share it afterwards?
Oh, the information is on the site. There's a part where you can, on the website, there's a part for data, so you can download the data either as CSV or JSON. Then the other thing, every time we make an update, the site is refreshed, and you're able to see the updates that are happening. Then also the other thing that we're also trying to do, there's an organization in Kibera called Tunapanda. They do like ICT training, and they want to incorporate our OSM as part of their curriculum. So we'll also be doing a training with them on how to use OSM. They already started it, but it's like basic, so we'll also be training them, and we'll be also bringing them on board and also doing the updates like constantly. So once the update is done on OSM, they get refreshed on the website. Then you're able to download the data from the website. So there's a tab for downloading data from there.
Okay, and how many people you have in the field for doing the maintenance of the information?
Currently, we are a team of 3, but now through what I've just mentioned about training other guys, we are trying to incorporate them so that in case we want to do updates, we have now like a huge team that's already on the ground who are able to go around doing the updates.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One short question. No? Then thank you again, Zakaria. And we will move on to third speak, which is Rory McCann from OpenStreetMap Ireland. Welcome.
Is it recording?
Hello.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Where are we going? Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Open with.
Hello, I'm Rory McCann. I'm here to talk to you about a very long mapping project we did in Ireland. This was supposed to be a talk between the two of us, myself and Dave Corley, who has been unable to attend Sodom due to work commitments, unfortunately, but I'm sure he's looking at the video stream if it's all working. Along with, I'm sure, many other people in Ireland. So one thing I didn't mention, when I'm talking about Ireland here, it's a project we did both in Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, so it's a cross Ireland, all Ireland thing. How do I page down? Okay, so what we mapped were called townlands, and they are the lowest level of Ireland's administrative hierarchy. So we have the country, and then we have sort of provinces, 4, and then we have counties, 32 in the entire island, and then a few bits others, and then we have townlands. So they're tiny because Ireland's not a very big country, and there's 60,000 of them or so. We mapped them as admin level 10. So they're very small and they're very old. There's like legends that were written down, folk tales about 1,000 years ago that mention some of the townlands that are currently existing now. I was trying to find an image of like, oh, this is book, and then this is OSM relation, whatever, but I can't read Old Irish, so I wasn't able to do that. Yeah. So, why did we map them? This is an OpenStreetMap conference. Why wouldn't you map something? There's other reasons aside from that. Addresses. Has anyone looked at Irish addresses? They're horrible. We now have postcodes. Sort of, which are also in a very sort of stupid, closed way that is not helpful for OSM. But a lot of Irish addresses, especially in rural areas, don't use street names or street numbers. It's kind of, the postman knows where I live. That's literally the government plan. So people use these townlands as part of their addresses. We mapped them in OSM. We're able to do better address geocoding in rural Ireland. Another reason to map them is they're the lowest level, as I said, of Ireland's administrative hierarchy. So it means other admin boundaries are made up of them. Both like legally, so it'll be like the constituency of whatever is based on townlands, and now we can map constituency boundaries and things like that. Electoral divisions are used by the European Statistics Agency. So we can now use that data. a lot of Irish government sort of open data. They'll open things, but they won't open the geographic data. So they'll open, census results keyed off EDs, but you need to know where the EDs are. They're also quite useful for historical and heritage reasons. They're very old. They're not they're used in addresses, but they're not really used in terms of like census results or anything like that now, but they used to be. So you can get a lot of census results from Ireland from like the late 19th century, once countries started actually doing censuses. And they'd be sorted based on either townland or civil parish or things like that. So there's a large Irish diaspora of people in America, UK, everywhere really, who are descended from Irish people, and they want to find out more about their Irish history, and now they can. Funny example there, as I said, they're very old, and part of the history they serve is a description of the place. There was one called Pass If You Can, which used to be used for highway robberies. It's like, well, you can go through here if you can, but I wouldn't. It's a bit dodgy. So that's why. So what can we do? There isn't really any open data we can use. At least there wasn't at the start. There isn't really any now. Well, there is now because we've mapped it, but there wasn't anything from the governments. So what did we do? So they're not mapped, obviously. There's no like signposts, really, but you can see hedges and things like that. So we need to trace. Most maps now don't show them. They're very tiny, so you can't show, like you couldn't have like an A4 map of Ireland and see them because it'd be just too small. So they don't show them now, but they used to. And they were used for tax. 19th century British tax records were useful. They're good for something. So in the early to mid 19th century, the Ordnance Survey, so Ireland was part of the UK then, the Ordnance Survey in the UK mapped Ireland for tax purposes and to do social welfare things and calculating rates. And they made some great maps, 6 inches a mile, 1 to 10,000 maps of the entire country over a period, obviously, of decades because it was the 19th century. They show townland borders, and obviously, copyright has expired on these maps. So it was a long time ago. You might think they're not very useful, but the population's actually gone down since then because there was a famine. Ireland was probably really, really well mapped compared to most other countries. So this is what the maps look like. The red is the townland border, and this is zoomed in, but it's got this lovely sort of 19th century cartography style going on with its kind of washed out peachy color thing, and it's lovely looking maps. It'd be great if we can copy them. You might notice the watermark. So one problem with the maps is there are lots of them, obviously 1 to 10,000. So there's about 2,000 pieces of paper that are about, yay big, massive, because it was 1843, they didn't have A4. So there isn't a lot of places that physically have these maps. And if they do, it's like, hey, those maps from 150 years ago, can I just take them and bring them home and do things? They don't like that. The Ordnance Survey of Ireland has them. Obviously, they inherited them. They've scanned them in. They've cropped them. They've rectified them. And they're on the web. Ooh. But they claim copyright. So, we can't use that. So we need another source. There's a bit of a history here. This first edition was made. They made a second edition at some point, 1910s. They made the third edition at 1 to 10,000, 6 inches in miles. Ireland gets independence in 1922. World War II starts. The UK government is like, hey, there's that country over there that, is on our side. What if they get invaded and we need to, know what's going on there? So they reprojected them and made some new maps. So they took the maps from 1910 and reprojected them down 4 to 1. And that's what they used. So they had that as paper. And then some libraries have those maps, which they have scanned in and stuff. And they said, hey, if you crop them, rectify them, and things like that, we'll let you scan from them. Which is cool. Everyone wins. And, they're like, yeah, you can make 07 townlands and all So we used MapWarper to scan them in. Lots of mapping. I saw on Twitter, I think Tim was asking about disk space. We've probably used a lot of that disk space. So, so basically they were all scanned in by the university, and we started cropping them and rectifying them, and we can map from them. So this is the 6-inch map. This is what we had to deal with. It's monochrome. So you can see here, the red is the townland borders. Can you spot the townland borders here? They're actually there. You kind of develop a sense for these things, and eye strain. So that's what we had. Well, it's all we had to work with, really. So we worked with it, and we started mapping, and we kept mapping. Some things make this easier. Yeah, JOSM, Sleepy Map, townlands. So JOSM, we did basically all our mapping in JOSM because we had custom imagery from MapWarper layer thing. We had a preset for like the tags, and then we had a map style so you could see the map and see where it was. It's multi-polygons all over the place, so validator is good there. So we used. Someone set up maps.openstreetmap.ie, which showed it was a self-replicating, not self-replicating, it was a tile server that updated every minute or whatever, and would show us where the townlands are being mapped, well, where they were, so you could see if they're being mapped, it isn't showing up, you've broken your polygon, yada, yada, yada. I set up townlands.ie, which just takes the OSM data and just displays it as like an interactive sort of web database thing, which is useful for people to know about townlands, but then it also has things like progress reports. So I basically counted how much of each county was done and how long, at this rate we'll be finished in. Sometimes it was, I actually ran into problems that Python's date library won't let you get dates beyond the year 10,000. So it was taking a while because it was slow. Dave, my co-host, who is here in spirit, made some great videos explaining video series just exactly what to do. Just walk through all the steps about what was happening and how you could map and how you could contribute and uploading the sheets, rectifying them, mapping, yada, yada, yada. This was great because you did that, published it out, and then a few people went, oh, that's interesting, I'm going to start mapping now that I know how to do and I can see what to do. So a lot of people came out of the woodwork for that. Yes, so that's how we're mapping. Once we have the data, we can build other administrative boundaries. We can map all the things. Some of the other high-level ones, both historic and non-historic, civil parishes, were from the Church of Ireland, sort of like Church of England, but in Ireland. No longer the state religion as of 1871. Not really used for modern purposes now. Well, unless you're in the Church of Ireland, I'm not sure, maybe it's changed. Anyway, civil parishes used a lot for genealogy purposes and records, so again, you can search based on that. Baronies, counties were split into baronies, not really used, but hey, barons. Electoral divisions are one of the big ones. They're admin 9, and they are, as I said, used for constituencies, used for census results and things like that. And statistics both at a national and European level. So now that we have that, we can now make an open data version of this data set that people can then use. You don't have to go to OSI. So we started many years ago, and there are lots of them. There's about 60,000. The earliest currently existing townland was from June 2010. I think Dermot might have added one earlier, but yeah, so 6 years. This is who mapped them. The area is how much each person has mapped. It's a bit unequal. So we have like 50% are from top 3 mappers. As I said, some people really came out of the woodwork and really just started mapping. Here is where people mapped. So it's colored based on where mapped. You can see it's people basically picked the area they knew, mapped it, and just went out. So you can see people had their areas where they started and where they worked because they wanted to maintain, like, I want to get,
go away, it should be really good, so I'm going to map it. Yes, local mapping spread out and so forth. Who's mapping? Mostly men, so not so great in that diversity aspect. Good age bracket though. When people in their 70s are using JOSM to map townlands, that's pretty cool. Again, because these things have been around so long that they are used by, they've been around so long, so they're like just from a historical and heritage aspect. And some people went to like historical society and said, hey, this thing, these are these townlands, this is OpenStreetMap, this is something that you might be interested in. I don't know if you can see that. This is the rate of mapping. It's from that OSM's tag stat thing. So this is 2014. You can really see things took off. I think it was around here. Dave did his videos, and you can see just a large constant rate of mapping up to about here, where it just stopped because we're done. This is the maps done on OpenStreetMap.ie, and it's all mapped. Had many years of seeing not much grey on this map. Okay, we've mapped them with relations, and there's now oodles and oodles of tiny, tiny relations all over Ireland. If you're in Ireland and mapping, watch the relations. So, it takes a long time, but you can do it. In 2010 or so, it looked impossible. You got to have the tools out there. A lot of it's made by, as I said, small number of people, but you need to basically cast a wide net to find those people. If you can get 10 new people interested and one of them turns out to be someone who maps a lot, you've got your mapping. So you need to make it accessible to everybody. Some of the thanks to obviously some of the libraries that helped us with scans and with maps. And in Trinity College and Oxford, who provided some missing bits that Trinity didn't have, MapWarper for the rectification, and then Blueprint, who helped us scan in some of the physical maps we did actually have, thanks to the governments of Ireland and Northern Ireland, who decided, hey, open data is nice, let's release townland data, either in an open license, somewhat generalized in some cases. They mapped them they released it just before we finished, which was great. Wasn't that nice? I think Northern Ireland government released it literally within a week of it being finished in Ireland, in Northern Ireland. So what are we going to do next? We are going to, we now have something we can use for open data purposes. We can improve and have improved other boundaries. We're going to donate the images back to the libraries, and we're now trying to match up official Irish names of from the Irish language of places and match that to OSM, and that's the end. Oh dear God, those are maps. Yes, and I have one image you can see, which Colin did this literally yesterday as a GIF. Okay, let's start again. So this I don't know if you can read the dates, but so 2011, this is each townland being mapped. 2012, 2013, it took a long time. 2014, yay, stuff starts kicking off. Finished. Yes, so, any questions? No questions.
I just have to ask this. Are they all marked with Wikidata IDs?
I don't know. One interesting point is Wikipedia article on townlands was updated by someone, I don't know who, with the size of the largest townland, and the previous source was a book from 1860s, and the new source is OpenStreetMap. So it is used. I don't know if they're in Wikidata. Hey, you can download the data. You can import it. You could import it.
So is it the case that the boundaries of the townlands haven't actually changed in those 200 years or whatever?
Usually not, no. There's some cases where a lake would have drived up or something like that, or a coastal reclamation. Basically not, no. I mean, there's... No.
So they change the larger entities by changing which townlands are included rather than by actually changing the boundaries of the townlands at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or like within a city, they might go, it goes along this road until this corner and then turns left or something like that. The townlands, I think, did change a bit between the first and the third edition, so they're only in the last 100 years. But no, otherwise they're for about 1,000 years or so. People probably thought it would be bad luck.
Firstly, absolutely outstanding project. We were once involved in looking at addresses in Ireland, and we knew what an incredible mess it was. and our code is doing not much more than adding to that mess. You've created something that is genuinely useful. So congratulations. I think that is fantastic.
Thank you.
I was going to ask the same question as the previous speaker, which is, do they really, really not change? So what happens if you have developments that put buildings across townland boundaries? Are there buildings that traverse townland boundaries, or is that legally impossible?
Oh no, there's no legal reason that it would be banned, and yes, that does happen. So obviously in like Dublin sprawl, or in the cities have sprawled, and what used to be fields were not anymore. So in that case, we basically just mapped what was there before. They're not used. I mean, they're used a lot, but they're not really used in the kind of like you can't build across them, because I mean some of them would be the size of this room, for example. You know. A lot of the time we used like hedges in farms. I mean, it's similar to England in the sense you've loads of little fields all over the place, and they'd be made up of that. So yeah, in like 99% of the time they haven't changed. If you look, there's an airport in Ireland in the west coast about here. And that obviously used to be farms, and they just built the airport, so I mapped all the townlands in exactly, and it goes across runways and stuff, and it's quite funny.
Do you have any idea if mapping all the townlands was a factor in getting it released as open data? And if having all the OpenStreetMap mappers map that kind of stuff was also instrumental in opening more than just the townlands?
Well, so I didn't hear the second part of...
If it helped change the minds to that, we should open this stuff.
I don't know. The Irish government had been playing around with open data for a while, so it's not like it wasn't out of the blue. It was like, oh, we've released another thing, and it sort of is this. But I don't know if it was used by that. Oh yeah, it probably existed beforehand. I mean, like releasing it like a week after we finished. Governments don't move that fast, not Irish governments. Lunchtime.
So, any remaining question? No? Sure? Okay, well, then I think we can thank again our speakers for the 3 presentations right now. And we are actually 5 minutes before the scheduled end time for the session. So if you go down to the lobby, you should be first in line for the lunch. Thank you very much for coming today.
Test, test. Dus let erop dat mensen hem niet... Hallo. Test, test. Can everybody hear me? Hello. Okay. Is the audio and video team already in the room? Yeah, okay, they're coming in from the back. Thanks.
Team AV, are you ready? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Before we start the afternoon session, I would like to make a few announcements. First of all, as many of you have noted, in the meanwhile, the internet is down due to the fire. We are moving in replacement emergency network equipment from the University of Ghent. It's on their way to Brussels as we speak. Unfortunately, we can't guarantee that it will arrive in time to be useful today. So we're aiming now to get the internet up and running again by tomorrow. But probably for today, you'll have to resort to emergency measures of your own. So if you need internet for whatever reason, and you don't have any alternatives, then please come talk to us. We have a few DHCP methods available. There is also a 3G hotspot in the room if you really need it. The reception desk can help you forward. Then, for tonight, there is a social event at the Brussels Event Brewery. Starting at 6:30, there will be food and drinks provided. You're all registered by default, so you don't have to do anything for that. If you're registered for a conference, we expect you there. Unfortunately, it's on the other side of Brussels, and you'll have to get there on your own. There are two ways to do that. Either you take the tram right in front of the campus in the direction of Hazel and transfer at the Montgomery metro station onto line 1. Alternatively, and that's the easier way, you get out of the Mandela, go to the big street, then follow the curve around the citadel of the campus, and then you'll encounter the Delta metro station. And from Delta, you just take direction Erasmus, and you get out at Zwarte Vijvers et Anouar. And from there, it's a short walk. Of course, OpenStreetMap can help you navigate that short walk. Without further delay, I introduce you to our first speaker who will talk to us about preventing vandalism. An applause for our speaker, please.
what does it look like for all of us to work and build more tools around this stuff. Let's take care of the map. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting and motivational presentation. Any questions for the speaker from the audience?
Hi. How big is the team right now, and how many people will it be in 5 years?
On and off, I think every day about 5 to 6 people look at about 50 to 60 chain sets every day.
First question is just, what was the website for real-time this map, the first map?
Yeah,
and second question, is there a list of those suspicious words? Is there a list you can point me to?
Yeah, so
of the words?
If you go to osmchar.mapbox.com, you can see the list of suspicious chain sets, and the visualization of the live chain sets called mapbox.com/mapbeat. We haven't tested it really for load, so I don't know if it'll break, but if it does, let me know.
Lou, when you use QA tools, how do you stop making fixes that make the QA problem go away but aren't actually the right mapping?
Sorry, let me see if I understand that right. So the question is, when we make fixes in OpenStreetMap, how do we make sure the problem go away? Yeah.
It's just to make sure that the bad mapping goes away and not just stops being reported by the QA tools.
Oh, so, okay, is it kind of the engagement with the, oh, right. Yeah, so there are only very few cases we actually revert the chain sets. Most often we make a chain set comment that talks about, okay, hey, welcome to OpenStreetMap. This is why this may not be a good idea to do it this way, and here are some recommendations and guides that you can follow. And we recently wrote a diary post about what is the amount of time that we wait to get a response from a user to go in and fix that ourselves. And there are a lot of discussions around that. We don't think we have an answer yet, but we don't immediately go in and revert any chain set. Try to engage in that conversation.
Do you think there's a fear that, so this is Mapbox doing it as a company, do you think there's a fear, and how do you resolve this, that Mapbox and other companies, I'm not saying it's just Mapbox, but companies will start doing the QA, and then the individuals will think they don't need to do any personal QA?
I think...
How can we help that?
Over the course of the last, I've been at Hot Summit as well as yesterday at State of the Map, and this week I've had many conversations with people about what they think about validating the map, and many people are doing this. I don't know, Ethan from the DWG made a lightning talk yesterday about how he is envisioning some of the tools. I know TeleNav is invested in Improve OSM and that sort of work. DWG is certainly thinking about the ways that they can collaborate better. So I don't think it's the effort by a single small group of people versus an individual. We make the map, we might as well take care of it, right?
Thanks for your talk. It's great to see these tools being developed. Martin from Cycle Streets. One of the things that I see a lot is not so much deliberate vandalism, but users who don't understand routability concepts, particularly things like we see a lot of cycleways alongside roads that don't properly connect with side roads. And there are obviously things that automated tools such as KeepRight, which we use a lot and which is fantastic, can pick up. My question really is, what movement is there maybe this is not so much for you exactly, but for the rest of the community, to get some of these tools embedded properly in ID, because I think things like fixing connectivity problems, they're the kinds of things that with more visibility directly in the editors, we could get fixed up a lot quicker.
Right. So JOSM has a validator that's within JOSM, which does a pretty good job of kind of notifying. But what we found out that a lot of people didn't know that existed in JOSM, right? So we try to communicate that as much. This is a conversation that I'm interested in having, and the fix that we made in ID is very simple, and that sort of interface and changes make a lot of things much easier. And come to the BOF, and I'm interested in the ways that we can collaborate.
Any more questions?
So this is a little bit of a tangent, but I'm curious how you guys deal with disputes, like border disputes and things like that, particularly things that are more kind of at the community level rather than big international processes. How do you approach those?
I don't think we do that as a team. When we see stuff like that, we involve the DWG, and that's kind of the function that DWG exists for. And from the conversations that I've had with folks on the DWG, it sounds to me that they're trying to actually deal with people problems and not data problems, right? So when someone's trying to say that, okay, I know this is right, versus someone else is like, go away, what are you saying, right? So sort of like managing that expectation between mappers within this ecosystem. But there aren't so many of those happening, which brings me to the point that I would really love to see DWG write and talk about a lot of these things that they come across as well. We write weekly reports, and I know that there's a certain amount of time commitment that goes into this, but we're happy to help.
Hello, my name is Michael. Actually, I happen to have been in countries where you have border disputes, and I did not really answer. I did not understand your answer. Could you just
What I was saying is
could you just expand on this
right.
so we can, because I mean it's real, and you have many problems, local problems between two sides of a border. In Afghanistan, in the Balkans, I mean, in so many places. And so, what is the standard that you use to follow up on this question? What is the standard you use to fix this? Sorry.
So, I think that's more of a decision that DWG makes in terms of how they want to manage the dispute between two individuals in the community. My answer was that if we notice that happen, our response would be to send a report to DWG, making them aware of that this is happening. And that's more of our role, and not get involved in trying to fix that issue between those individuals. DWG is the OpenStreetMap data working group. They're part of the foundation and do a pretty amazing job in making sure conflicts don't happen in OpenStreetMap.
We have time for one last question, if there is any. If there are none, then let's thank our speaker again for the contribution.
Thank you.
Test. Okay. Perfect. Oh.
I will be at the front row showing you 10, 5, and 1.
And that's for my presentation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you. Sorry, I'll try not to do that again. Was that me? I won't move during this entire presentation. I just want to say thank you to the Sajad and the Mapbox team for the work they do. I'm probably one of the people who screwed up once or twice. I was hoping I wouldn't be outed on your, but it's important, right? So I wanted to sort of break the ice today by stepping into the confession booth and admitting some of my faults. I have about 1,000 things going through my head right now based on everything that I've learned and the conversations I've had. So I'll try to be as coherent as I can today. I wrote a pretty bad abstract for this conference. I sort of mailed it in because I was traveling and I didn't have time, and I didn't make the original cut. They didn't want me up here. I was kind of on the bubble, but thankfully they made room for me. So thank you, organizers. One of the things I screwed up was I mistakenly predicted that our latest satellite would be up in space right now collecting data. It's still on the ground, so apologies for that. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Another confession, I'm a huge space nerd, and I don't know if that's controversial or not, because I know OpenStreetMap's a terrestrial project, so we map things on the Earth, but I'm very interested in celestial things, so I'm going to talk a little bit about space today, if that's okay. I still have a couple more. I have a list here. My presentation might be a little controversial, so apologies in advance. I'm a gamer, so late at night after the kids are asleep, while my wife is watching The Real Housewives of whatever city, I'll go up and play Xbox. That's my outlet. The thing I like about it is you can level up when you play games. Are there any gamers out here? Raise your hand. All right. A few gamers. All right, cool. In good company. You level up, and I love that concept. And there's a lot of gamifications in OSM, which is great. But I believe OSM has leveled up in the past few years. I wish we kept track of it. But the observation I had, and this is where I ended my State of the Map US talk, and I'll start there, is I've seen so much activity in the past 12 months. I've been around OSM for about 5 years, and when I first started working on it, it was at that time seen as pretty much a hobby. Well, it's grown up into something that's much more of a hobby, and it's being used all around the world for incredibly important initiatives. So, to give you an example, I was asked by a CEO of a company recently, a US company, who asked me, what is OpenStreetMap? And Mikkel kind of referenced this in his talk. I think we all have different explanations. So I wanted to be as quick and to the point. It's a database of the Earth's features, and it's created by users. That's it. I mean, it's much more than that, but I wanted that person to remember it, so I didn't want to go on for 10 minutes. So the person asked me, well, is it done? And I said, no. Well, when's it going to be done? And I said, never. Not applicable. By the way, I'll license this whole thing as Creative Commons, so if you want to take it and use it, that's fine. Add to it. It's never going to be done. The Earth changes every single day, right? And so my job at Digital Globe, we collect imagery of the Earth every single day. Not the entire Earth, but large portions of the Earth. And to me, imagery is a staple for editing in OSM. I cannot edit OSM without imagery. And I don't know if that's just me, it might be just me, but I feel like it's really important. And I feel like it's almost like Wi-Fi or electricity. You don't realize how important it is until it's not there. Can anyone relate to that today? I don't know. So I did a little research recently, and I found this wiki page on armchair mapping. And this is how I knew my presentation was going to be controversial, because the wiki page told me it's going to be controversial. You can go to this link. It literally says armchair mapping is controversial and not widely accepted as a good idea. So that means only a narrow portion of the community believes this is a good idea. And most of the community believes it's a bad idea and controversial. Not only that, but it tells you what normal mapping is compared to abnormal mapping, which is armchair mapping. So I guess I'm abnormal, but that's okay. And we all have our opinions, and that's okay as well. It's great. So that caused me to think a lot about my life. Thank you, whoever wrote that. The Mapbox guides are fantastic. The Mapbox guides have a little different perspective, and they say the availability of high-resolution satellite imagery has allowed OSM's data volume to explode. Good explosion, I'm assuming, right? Meaning it's pervasive, we can add things, we can do work from home, we don't have to be out in the field. When there's an emergency on the other side of the earth, we can all contribute, we don't have to be where the emergency is. It's really easy and fast to go into OSM and trace features from imagery. So I also found that perspective interesting. So we have different perspectives. So here's a bike trail in Erie, Colorado, where I'm from. And whether this was a GPS trace or a trace from imagery, imagery helps me make sure that I didn't just put this on Null Island or Pacific Ocean, wherever, because I'm not that smart. I can say, yep, I got it. And even if I traced it, I think there's still value there. So Ambassador Mustard actually sort of kicked off this presentation. I really enjoyed his presentation, and he talked about this battle he was having with a local contributor because he was adding features and that contributor was looking at old imagery and deleting it. So I think this is a problem we can actually solve together. So my question is, and if anyone's feeling brave, where does this imagery come from? Oh, yeah. Very nice, very nice. I don't know if we've met. I'm Kevin. That was not rehearsed. So yes, a lot of imagery comes from space. I think I just made your day with that, right? Some imagery comes from the air by the form of aircraft or UAVs. But I wanted to talk a little bit about space, and I warned you this was coming. So this is a Starkiller base in an unknown system that the First Order took over. I'm just kidding. I was just making sure everyone was paying attention, which you are. By the way, I love Star Wars, obviously. That whole film is about mapping, if you didn't know that. Hopefully I didn't spoil anything, but locations ingrained in the entire plot of the movie. Back to the real space this time. This is what space looks like from the Hubble telescope. I am absolutely fascinated in humans' achievements up in space, and it started with Sputnik. This is an early Atlas rocket that was launching in the 70s. If you believe that we've sent someone to the moon, there's a picture of it. I happen to believe that, but a lot of people don't. Well, some people don't. Then we went to Skylab, we built space shuttles, we have the ISS. These are amazing achievements. We're continuing now with the Juno mission, Rosetta, which is by the ESA, and OSIRIS-REx, which is going to go take a sample of the asteroid. This stuff absolutely fascinates me. I could do a BOF on this, but I won't. I'll save it for a space conference. One of the things that fascinates me is we failed more times than we've succeeded. We have blown a lot of things up, and people have died, and things have been lost. We've learned a lot from that. And I think as developers and people who are launching tools and projects, we can all relate with that. Like, you have to fail 10 times before you can succeed. If you don't believe me, you can watch a movie called The Right Stuff. Please go watch that movie. One of the things, The Right Stuff we're doing, we were trying to launch this system called the Hexagon, and this was recently declassified, and it's really fascinating. This is a massive 60-foot long piece of spy equipment that was launched in the Cold War that used film. This was in the 70s, so no digital cameras, no communications like we have today. And they actually VHS. So they'd actually roll film, take pictures. This entire unit spun to keep its momentum and stability. And when the film was used up and ready to be developed, they dropped it. Because that's what you did in the 70s. So you created a heat-resistant shield, you dropped the film, and you didn't want to drop it onto your enemy's territory, so you would fly over the parachute and scoop it up. True story. You can read about that as well. Things have changed. So fast forward 40 years. This is Digital Globe's latest satellite. Her name is Worldview 4. She has a Twitter handle. Don't be shy. You can follow her. Things have changed. Technology's changed. We build large satellites. These are not microsatellites. Sorry to disappoint if you're wanting to learn about microsats. These are big satellites, and the reason we do that is to get the accuracy, the resolution, and the agility that we need for mapping and other things, many other things. We need a big platform. So accuracy, we're at about plus or minus 3 meters, which is better than the GPS signal on your phone, about equivalent to like a Garmin GPS. Resolution, this means the size of our pixel and what we can resolve on the ground. And agility, and apologies for my very American reference to Texas, but I did a conversion. There's about 23 Belgiums per Texas in size of area. So I went onto the converter.com and figured that out. Myanmar is also about the same size as Texas. So to look at what this looks like in scale, there's a person, there's some microsatellites, and the one on the very right is one of our satellites. Why do we do this? We can take advantage of the latest technologies in circuits and components and software, but unfortunately we can't change the laws of physics. Not at least in this galaxy, maybe in another galaxy physics might work differently. So physics is constant, and there's a constant formula to calculate resolution. And it's actually easy and fun for a super nerd like me to go do this. So I calculated the resolution of a 400 millimeter Nikon SLR on the space station flying at 400 kilometers in space. That's what the top one is. Landsat is next. Landsat's very similar to Sentinel in its focal length and its orbit height. This is Worldview 3, the third one down with a focal length of 16 meters. If anyone's a photographer, 16 meters is a very powerful lens. And then Planet Labs is at the bottom with a different system with a different focal length. And these things can all work together in harmony. These are not similar technologies. To put it in business terms, these are not competing technologies. So I actually wanted to create an example. This is Vancouver. I'm from Canada, so I wanted to choose a Canadian example. Sorry about that. It was very selfish of me. Vancouver's a great city, though. And this is what it looks like from the space station. Unfortunately, as you zoom in, things begin to pixelate. And as we all know from looking at Landsat and Sentinel data, pixelating raster imagery is not very helpful when we want to go map the center line of a road or a sidewalk or whatever you want to map. So you can bring in Landsat imagery, it's a little bit better. Zoom in, it gets pixelated. Okay, I need to jump up. So this is the Planet Labs imagery of Vancouver. Again, same thing, zoom in. It gets a little pixelated. So now I'm going to pull in a digital globe image, and now I can actually see lane markings on the road. I can actually zoom in. I can see vehicles, and the high resolution allows me to digitize those features. This is what we've all been used to, thanks to Google Earth and then Bing Maps and Yahoo Maps back in the day. Now Apple Maps, Mapbox Satellite, we're used to this stuff. And this is the business that Digital Globe is in, is to continue to maintain and collect this type of imagery for mapping. One example I wanted to use in terms of agility, I use the Texas example, so I'll use something different. Our satellites are maneuverable, and in order to maneuver, we have massive control moment gyros. You ever done that experiment where you sit on a swivel chair and you hold a bike, and you spin the bike tire, and then you turn it like this? Anyone? A couple people. That's your angular momentum moving you around. So we have that on our satellite. So as a fun experiment, we were flying over the Atlantic Ocean. The little Hamilton you see, that's Bermuda. Is that Bermuda? I always get those mixed up. It's not Barbados, it's Bermuda. So we're way out in the Atlantic Ocean, about 2,000 kilometers away from New York City. It was a clear, sunny day in January in New York City, so we decided to take a look. And we saw New York and New Jersey and Coney Island and Staten Island and everything in the scene from 2,000 kilometers away. And we could actually see it at about 70 centimeter resolution from that distance. That's an example of what a long focal length will get you. We could actually count taxi cabs on the streets. The building right in the middle is the UN, where everyone was last year. So this is kind of a novel example. You're thinking, oh, Kevin's just showing off. But this has real applications. We do this, not to this extreme, but we do it every single day. Best example I had was in Nepal last year in Kathmandu. After the earthquake hit, if you all remember, it was rainy for like 3 or 4 days straight. This is a blog from my good friend Charlie, who I always reference Charlie Lloyd's work in all of my presentations. So thank you, Charlie. This is a blog post he wrote about how cloudy it was. So he looked at the imagery we were collecting versus Landsat data, how cloudy it was over Nepal. And of course, thousands of people were buried, were in need, relief efforts were underway. Everybody in the world was asking us for imagery. Not everybody, but it felt like a lot of people. So we flew over Nepal, cloudy, flew over Bangladesh, cloudy, we flew into the Indian Ocean, cloudy. I don't know what happened there. Oh, there it is. There was a hole in the clouds, we took a picture. And that picture is the one you're looking at on the right. Kathmandu, it was amazing because there's a hole in the clouds right above Kathmandu. We saw it. We took the picture and we published it with an open license and people went nuts. And that was great. An example of how having an agile satellite can really change the world. This is a term we all use, space is hard. We're learning this very real right now. This is us shipping our satellite from Sunnyvale, California to Santa Barbara. We had a police escort, and the reason we had a police escort is because a drunk driver ran into our police escort. So the police took him out and didn't hit our satellite, which is important to us. We get it to the Air Force Base. We load it in a big fairing. Then we ship the fairing across the Air Force Base. This whole process takes days and days and days and weeks. We lift it up about 25 stories. We put it on top of a rocket. We get the rocket ready to go. There it is. We were going to launch this on September 16th. We rolled back the tower. We were 20 minutes away from launching. The countdown was about to begin. The champagne was on ice. And here's what the facility looks like. Everything's ready to go. You keep the liquid oxygen away from the liquid hydrogen because you don't want to mix those things. I'm glad you all got that joke. The tubular thingy, the fire comes out is right there. Fire comes out the bottom. You don't want fire coming out any other place. When we were all set and ready to go, one of the people on the base noticed something that was abnormal, and it was a small leak in one of the fueling systems, so we stopped. They call it scrub the launch. Then a fire broke out, a forest fire, so we had to scrub another launch. And my new thing is getting to space is hard, right? Space is hard, getting to space is hard. So we're a commercial company, we're not a government. We don't get taxpayer funding. ESA, NASA get taxpayer funding, which is nice. We don't get taxpayer funding, so we're a business. And I'm often asked, what is your business model? So I'll do it in 60 seconds because I think I only have like 120 seconds left. We raise money in order to launch satellites and build ground systems. We take that data and we create APIs and platforms and tools. If anyone's interested in those, go to developer.digitalglobe.com. I've been asked a few times about that. And we license our content. We license around the world, NGOs, governments, and they essentially pay us for our data. And we take that money and we invest it in new satellites. That's the cycle. This has worked for us for a decade and a half. Satellites don't last forever, so our plan is to keep on doing this and launch more satellites so that OpenStreetMap has fresh imagery to trace from or to validate from. Lastly, there's always exceptions to the rule. So there have been many times where we've said, you know what, let's pause that business model for a second, let's open our data. I mentioned Nepal, this year we opened up Ecuador. As an example, the other night at the Mapathon, this was fantastic. At Doctors Without Borders, Digital Globe was able to donate some imagery of the DRC, which is great because it gets everyone involved, it allows easy access, and this is a part of the world where there was no good coverage, no high-resolution satellite, so we were able to augment and help out. So that's the end of my presentation. That's hopefully that gave you an overview of what we're all about, what we do. Yes, we are a business, but that shouldn't scare anyone because we're like real people with real feelings as well. So thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. First question in the back.
How often can you move the satellite since it requires fuel and fuel is running out slowly?
Yeah. How often can we move it, did you say? Okay, good question. So the movement is actually done with those gyros, but we're in a low enough orbit that gravity is actually pulling us down. So the fuel we use is actually to boost our orbit. So every few days, we're using fuel to push our satellite back up into a higher orbit. Once we, QuickBird, which was our original satellite, ran out of fuel, and she got really close and took some very high resolution images before it burned up. The newest, and by the way, we use hydrazine as our fuel, which is like one of the most volatile and really dangerous. Before our launch, it's the last thing we do is we fuel it up. With technology today, our satellites have enough fuel to actually outlive other components on the satellite. So the satellite goes through a lot of rough exposure to temperature. So on the sunny side of the Earth, it hits about 70 degrees Celsius. On the dark side of the Earth, it's about negative 70 degrees Celsius, and it does that 15 times a day. So it's enduring a temperature flux of 140 degrees 15 times a day, probably 70,000 times over its lifespan. That's going to ruin things before we run out of fuel. But that's a good question.
So what fraction of the Earth has this high resolution imaging, and are you aiming for full coverage, and then are there areas where you're doing multiple passes?
Another great question. We've covered the entire world with high resolution imagery. Now the question is, how old is it? Some of the images, we've collected a couple million square kilometers today of imagery, and we do about 2 to 3 million square kilometers a day. And really what it comes down to is what is the weather like? The thing that prevents us from collecting more and keeping more of the world up to date are clouds and pollution. So what fraction of the world is covered? 100%. And then what was the other one? What fraction's updated? 3 into 150, whatever that. Someone with a calculator do that math. 3 million into 150 million square kilometers. 150 million is about the landmass of the Earth.
Hey, what about videos from satellites streaming down live?
Yeah. So we've been. Are you all familiar with like stop motion photography, where you move something, take a picture, and you put it all together? We can do that with our satellites. So we've actually been able to do. It's not streaming video, but we go over a target and take shot, 30 shots, you put it together, you create a nice animated GIF, GIF of a satellite passing over. If you do it on like a tall tower, you see the tower, change in its angle towards the satellite. So we're not doing video. What we found is it's interesting, but it's not a good use of the resource. There's been use cases of, if you had video, you could fly over London and show the traffic, the cars moving in London or whatever, pick your favorite city. But street-based cameras are much better than that because it takes time to take all those images, find a ground station, downlink all of that data, bring it back to a data center, process it. It might be 2 hours old, and then who cares? We have closed-circuit TV that's much better. But video is something that's interesting. We just, there really, for us at least, there really hasn't been much of a need for it.
Yeah, somewhat related. It's a great talk, by the way. Somewhat related is the question about other sensors. Are there any other types of other types of sensors that you guys?
Okay, other sensors.
On the platform or plans?
So our sensors are sensing wavelengths, and I didn't talk about wavelengths, but we're not flying radar sensors. I don't know if that's what you meant. Wavelengths that are reflected off the Earth's surface. So what's interesting to us is RGB, red, green, blue, what the human eye can see, but we're actually scanning up to 16 non-visible wavelengths that are infrared and multispectral. And that's really interesting when you're starting to analyze agriculture, forestry, the health of the coral reef, fire boundaries, and that sort of thing. So I don't know if I completely answered your question, but we can talk.
A quick question. What do you do about when it's above the ocean? Do you take pictures actually? And what do you do with those pictures?
Yeah, so most of the world is an ocean. So we spend a lot of time above the ocean. We're map ocean floor bottoms and coral reefs, which is a really good use case over water. We can also look for ships and illegal things that are going on in the ocean. One example, and if Tanir's my colleague here, if you want a really good example, he can tell the story better than I, but we worked with the Associated Press last year, and they won a Pulitzer Prize for exposing some slaves that were being held on fishing vessels. And we actually were able to track them with our satellites, and we actually have photographic evidence of slaves being transferred between ships, and the people who are doing that are now in prison. So we're actually able to save people using our technology over the ocean. And that was my 10-second version. Tanir can give you the 20-minute version, and it's way better, trust me.
Hi there. Great talk, by the way. What I'd love to be able to see is how road networks evolve over time. And we can't really do that in OpenStreetMap at the moment because obviously the data when it's being edited and put in. But so we need satellite imagery as far as I can see to do that. So I was wondering if in the future there'd be a possibility to use your imagery maybe in an engine, because I can't possibly download it all and buy it, but actually to determine when the roads were created.
Yeah. So if I understand your question, analyzing imagery to see when roads are being built or changed. Yeah. And this is happening all over the world. The main street I use to get to my neighborhood is widening, going from a single lane to a 2-lane each way. And that's really interesting for a lot of applications. An enhancement we need to make is, so for every image DigitalGlobe takes, we have 100 lines of metadata about that image, down to the millisecond when it was acquired, and all the conditions that day. That information, as you all probably know, is not being propagated into ID Editor, as an example. Not only that, so the metadata is available, we're not propagating it, but that's a problem we can solve. Not only that, but we actually keep historical imagery. So we've been collecting imagery since 1999. it's all available in our archive. So if you go look over any part of the world, you not only see an image from the last year or so, but you'll see every image we've ever taken to do that sort of analysis. We've actually launched a program, a platform. We call it Geospatial Big Data, but it enables that sort of analysis. And starting at the low price of free, you can jump on and start to experiment with some data sets. We have, I think, San Francisco and somewhere in South Africa, where we've pushed thousands of images on there, and so you could actually go play around with it. And the point is to do analysis, whether it's your algorithm or our algorithm, to actually analyze imagery. And the changing of streets over time is one of the super interesting things. But we don't want to solve it ourselves, so we're inviting people to come in and try to solve it with us.
Okay, unfortunately we're out of time. So if you have any more questions for Kevin, I'm sure he'll be happy to respond to them and engage in a constructive or less constructive discussion during the break. I would request a very warm applause for our speaker and thank him again.
Thank you.
Martin, please come to the stage. Let me help you. Yes, sorry.
It works well.
Very, very fluent presentation, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Great job.
Appreciate it. No, I don't know.
You're a quite common speaker, isn't it? You do this often? No? Okay, which do you prefer, the headset or the portable microphone?
I'll have a microphone.
20 minutes talk, 5 minutes questions. Okay, so turn it on with the mute switch. This is the key we're trying to stick to. Okay, important, he will show you how much time you have remaining, but don't panic. This dongle will allow you to advance your slides from a distance. Which one? And for the camera, did you check the sound?
Yeah, no. The sound will be okay?
Probably. It's important for the recording that you remain between the white stripes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I love the white stripes. So if you move outside, then the camera will pan, but of course, after that, then the image will be a bit shaky. Try to remain within the white stripes. If possible.
Yeah. Do we need to sing Seven Nation Army also?
Feel free to do so, but you might have 20 minutes.
Yeah, let's test the sound real quick, otherwise it will be very...
AV.
What? AV?
They're going to test the sound, please. Can you check if you record their sound? Is sound coming through?
Sorry.
You don't have sound.
We don't have sound?
No sound? Is there a...
No, let's wait. No, it's out of the computer.
Oh, but not for this, no, because there's a VGA only connection and there's no sound over VGA, right?
Oh, right.
So if you want sound, you'll have to connect the laptop there. In the middle, just about where your laptop is. And then there's a secondary VGA cable over here.
So, while we're waiting, we're doing something that is essential to the success of our talk, which is trying to connect the audio. So this is what we're doing is we're talking about OpenStreetMap US and what we've been up to, and hopefully to learn from you and for you to maybe learn from us and what we're up to as a chapter. And because it's only 2 of us, and there's actually 5 of us, and the other people have recorded videos, and we're going to try and play those.
Or we can ad lib them.
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't seem to be possible unless
you have VGA on your laptop.
Unless you have VGA on your laptop.
Someone can lend you Mac VGA, then perhaps you can ask the audience. I'm sure someone will.
Does anyone have a MacBook to VGA adapter that is native to Apple computers? Please step up to the stage if you do. There's one.
This is a conference about crowdsourcing, right? So please step forward, contribute, please.
No, I don't. My computer only has USB-C.
Here's one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
Will you talk at the same time? Then I could hear with the headset.
We're not going to be talking at the same time.
If your documentation doesn't answer their question.
Yeah, hello, hi. Hi, everyone. So as Martijn was just saying, I am Alyssa Wright. I'm part of the OpenStreetMap US community and have been on the board for the past 2 years. This is Martijn.
Hi, I'm Martijn. I have been in the United States for 5 years.
Thanks for having us.
Oh,
And please feel free to reach
Ian.
out to me at
That's
iandees on
Ian.
Twitter or Ian at
So Ian is going to be talking to us later, and I've been on the OpenStreetMap US chapter board for a few years, together with Alyssa, and all of the board, as the entire board, we submitted a talk, which was initially I think rejected, and then yes, and then we got accepted after all. So that's why it's a little chaotic, perhaps. And but now we're all set. And we can start. We're going to be each talking for a few minutes about various aspects of what's happening in the United States. Not so much with the map itself, but more with the people that make the map. And what we do as a board to kind of help people do what they like to do. And Alyssa's going to start. Yep. There you go.
Hi, everyone. I have no idea what you said. That's one of our secret sauce right there. This is called The Real McCoy, aka The Confessional, just a little piece. I helped to name this. I don't really know what what The Real McCoy means, but from Urban Dictionary, it's kind of like the real deal. We were kind of inspired by, and somebody else said this in a talk that we just listened to. You know, there can often be in like the dynamics of, not often, but there are, I'm sure everybody's experienced the dynamics of the community are sometimes very positive and collaborative, and other times can be quite toxic. And so we think that there are lessons in both how the U.S. community operates and how we're part of the leadership that can potentially, be lessons as we grow as a larger international community and as other local, national, regional communities continue to evolve. So. The real star of all of this is the OpenStreetMap US community. I mean, it's been a real pleasure to be part of it and to serve it. And, all of this is kind of like our own sort of perspective on the work. But one of the, I think, the fundamental things that we all believe in and we all follow is that, again, this is in service to what we would say the real star, which is the community. That's me. I'm going to use a dog theme in my 5 minutes, which might be extensive. Like this outfit. We're going to be talking about the board and the kind of fun stuff that we do there and how we do it. I'm going to explain this dog reference. So this is probably a digital globe image, I don't know, but I found it on the internet. And when I was in school, which was in New York City, coming from New York, I used to go to a dog park on a regular basis. It was a little weird as like a lunch hour break, but I actually learned a lot hanging out in the dog park and watching dogs while eating my lunch. And so when reflecting on this talk and what I've learned from the community and helping to lead it and support it, I think that there are a lot of lessons from dogs that are applicable. So, yeah. So one of the things that's been really helpful and relevant, again, in like leadership, which is a sort of what I see as a service role, a support role, is for all of us to be rather curious. So nobody comes to leadership position, and I think in like conversations within the OpenStreetMap community, thinking that, or with the arrogance, like kind of an arrogant sort of thing, like nobody is like particularly right. So this sort of humility has kind of really been key, I think, for the success of the community. And then this is really important for the work that I'm interested in, is that there's a certain amount of playfulness. So there's no sense in the decisions that we make at the board level that, again, that we're like specifically right and anybody's wrong, or that this is going to be the only like crossroad that we'll see, but like rather to try things out. I think we've really adopted like more of an agile structured, sort of development. So that's allowed us to try out a number of things that in a more playful manner. So some of the things that are coming from the OpenStreetMap community that we've helped to support and we've helped to evolve are listed here. They're everything from like, real legal status and taxes and money that's, involved with that to, more innovative projects around education and, the OSM census is like a demographics kind of review to something that's like, the map time, if you guys are familiar with that, I think it's been a really interesting and international kind of movement. So we're able to do part of that because each of us has a job. There are 5 people on the board. You'll hear from all of them. I'm currently the president. Martijn has been the president in the past. Actually, he's been every position. I think he's currently at large, so watch out. And with that, kind of position is both like a stated position, like Ian is treasurer, he'll speak to that work, but and it's clear that that's his responsibility, but also like we kind of adopt, I think, or speak for different communities and personalities on the board as well, and we rely on each other to represent that. And again, we do that in service. So I think, again, none of us sees, definitely it is an honor. I use that word meaningfully and not lightly, but I recognize it might be in the Hallmark card, but it really is like an honor to be able to serve. And I think we all sort of approach our role with that in mind. So some of the successes of the OpenStreetMap US community, and again, what the board has helped to facilitate is we do a number of different events, but we do have like the largest OpenStreetMap conference in the world. I think we have the largest endowment in the world. We have a range of different types of affiliations, from like individual contributors to, a national government. We are one of the most active Twitter, Facebook, Slack, IRC, Mumble, I don't know, and blog. So we have a really active communication channels. We are kind to each other, and I'll go back to this, but we follow, we we have and we follow a code of conduct. You're seeing a lot of innovation, again, coming from individual contributors as well as the companies. I'm sorry, and we pay taxes. So anyway, part of the way we do that is that we disagree actively. And we all kind of take on different sort of initiatives and support each other in that. So those things again, and sort of the lead person there. And then we keep it clean, and we really, I think, follow a shared mission, but also a shared way of doing it, which is respectfully with the code of conduct. And so the results, I mean, you saw the conference, the money, the innovation, et cetera. But I think that one of our clear successes is that I've never been on a remote team, especially a volunteer team, that's 100% completely functional. And that is a huge success, both of the community and the board. And then this makes me extremely hopeful for the future of OpenStreetMap. I think that not only do we have sort of kind of real strategy, ingredient. I feel like we have ingredients to help to continue to move OpenStreetMap forward. And then pass over to Martin, actually, or in the other three board members.
I was just going to start the video, right? Yeah. So this is our first guest speaker of today, which is, does this display? Oh, I need to drag it, right, to someplace else. Oh yeah, there we go. There he is. Meet Ian. He's our treasurer currently. I'm gonna rewind it to and I'm gonna play it. Right. Ooh.
So Ian's really the one.
Where did he go?
Moving on to the second guest speaker then?
No, the whole thing froze up now. Do this. Move fast and break things. Is it working? Yeah. Well, I was just going to expand on some of Alyssa's thoughts. So when I moved to the US, this was in 2011. I was in the Netherlands before that, where I grew up, and I helped start the OpenStreetMap community there in 2006, 2007. And at the time I moved, OpenStreetMap had already become pretty mature in the Netherlands. There were quite a few people. The map was already fairly complete in terms of most things. And when I moved to the US, there was really a sort of an eye-opener to me where we started with a community that was still open to a lot of new things. And it kind of reminded me about this, of those early days in OSM, where everything was still kind of to be determined. And I think we've managed to kind of maintain that a little bit, while still working to build a community that's built on the kind of structure. And I think Ian has had a few pretty good examples of how we do that as a board. Shall we start that video? Okay.
USA. Sorry I couldn't be there to experience State of the Map in person, but I look forward to watching the videos and hearing from you all on the internet. I've been a part of the OpenStreetMap US organization in some way since it was started back in 2010. In the years since, we've tried lots of different things and had dozens of people participate directly in board activities. Each of those people added something to the organization, but we need to make sure that we keep track of what worked and what didn't. To that end, I want to talk about how OpenStreetMap US sustains itself through documentation. The OpenStreetMap US board tries to meet weekly, and one of us will take detailed notes about what we talked about. Usually Drishti does the note-taking, and she does a great job. Those detailed meeting notes go into a folder on GitHub and become searchable by the rest of the board. They're helpful when we're trying to understand the context around decisions or discussions that happened in the past. They also form the basis for the minutes that we publish on the OpenStreetMap wiki after every meeting. Sometimes we'll go the other direction and use GitHub tickets to have more in-depth asynchronous discussion about a decision we need to make before we meet face-to-face. As a treasurer, I spend a lot of time outside our regular meetings maintaining accounting books and making sure we pay our bills on time. This can be very time-consuming, especially around State of the Map US, so paying for knowledgeable people to help you with that is very useful. Look for accountants, lawyers, bookkeepers, assistants, and event coordinators to help you stay sane while running the organization. Remember, as a member of the OpenStreetMap US board, my first job is to promote OpenStreetMap in the United States, not get burned out on the nitty-gritty of accounting. Another aspect of sustainability is making sure your successors and fellow board members can continue to run the organization without relying on you for help. Be sure to securely share passwords and be liberal with access to important information about the organization. More than one person should be able to access the bank, social media, email, and server accounts for the organization in case the one person that has access can't be reached. In software engineering, we call this the bus factor. It refers to how many people could disappear, or more morbidly, get hit by a bus before the organization would come to a standstill because knowledge of day-to-day activities and access would disappear with those people. If you find yourself answering problem. To solve this, document the answers to people's questions and point them to your documentation. If your documentation doesn't answer their question, then their documentation isn't good enough. This means you have to spend a seemingly absurd amount of time rewriting everything down, but it also means your organization will survive if you disappear or can't answer because you've escaped to the deep woods of Canada after a reality TV star has become president of your country. In summary, document everything for posterity. Keep note of what worked and what didn't when running your events or meetings or meetups. Use this information when you make decisions in the future. Also, use the documentation to help your organization run more efficiently and to keep yourself sane. Be as open as you can with your board members so that you're not the only person with the keys to everything. Thanks for having us, and please feel free to reach out to me at iands on Twitter or ian@openstreetmap.us. Thank you.
That was Ian. I don't know how we are on time, but it's. What is it? Yeah, we can take a little bit. We get a lot of requests from people on the local level, right? So where people just want to organize something, people want to have a little bit of money to attend a conference and speak about OSM. We get these requests quite a lot, and so we're currently working on a number of pretty simple policies for giving people small amounts of money to do these things, and this has really worked very well in the few times we've already done it. So that's something I definitely would encourage other people to try as well. It's one of the things that has been successful for us. So one of these. And these are some of the real benefits that we give to members, and that's maybe why we have so many of them. We have almost 500 members of the US chapter, which is about on par with the OSM Foundation. About 150, 160 of them are also members of the foundation. So we have a lot of dual membership, which is something I think is also important, because when we're going to support local chapters, we're also going to be want that knowledge of their experience from all those local chapters. We're all different, to trickle up to kind of the OpenStreetMap central kind of organization or the project as a whole, so we can all learn from each other. And that's also, I think tomorrow there's going to be, as part of the workshop day, we'll have a local chapters meeting where I hope some of this learning can start to happen, or not start to happen because it's already happening, but where we can have the opportunity to all be together and talk about these things. Finally, I don't think we have time for another video, but it's about 6 minutes.
Yeah, I think that what we'll do is we'll post this on our blog so you can see the original material. But to summarize, Drishti, who is secretary on the board, she is the newest member to OpenStreetMap US and the board, and she is one of the kind of leaders between missing maps. And so she talks about, one of the things that we kind of balance both within the community but also represented in the board is a certain amount of diversity. 3 of the 5 board members were originally from different countries. There's 2 women on the board, myself included. We have a pretty diverse, community of mappers, and as represented at the conference. And so she talks about what the kind of perspective of being a new contributor to the community and to the board, what that looks like, and we as other board members, we have made sure that her perspective and her voice is just as valued as anybody else who's on the board. And then Alex talks about communication styles, the kind of growth of the OpenStreetMap community, and the State of the Map conference, and how our kind of investment in the time and how we structure its success. State of Map US, I hope I said that. We can take questions because that's just as useful. Otherwise, we can continue to ramble.
Thank you for the contribution. Are there any questions from the audience? Yeah, question over here.
So you touched on this a little bit, but the U.S. is a huge country, very diverse. How is that? What kind of difficulties does that pose for OpenStreetMaps USA? And then how is the diversity maybe a force for success?
Well, one dimension of it is certainly geographical. So everything is, as an ex-European, it struck me that if I wanted to travel to an OSM event, I'd pretty much have to organize one myself, because everything is always the closest other city to where I live is 600 kilometers away. And there's nothing in between. So if anything is going to happen in terms of events for me, then I'll have to organize something. So that's why I feel so strongly about supporting people who want to organize things. I mean, I live in the desert. Not all people are so far apart, but it's definitely not uncommon for people to be far apart. Our previous speaker is also, he's probably pretty close to me, but he's also in the same situation. He lives in the desert as well. So this is a challenge. That's the geographical part of it. Maybe, Alyssa, you want to address the diversity challenge that we have.
Sure. I mean, I think fundamentally, all of us see it as a strength and a contribution, and something that we hope to support, that all these diverse communities have a voice in the structure and the growth and the leadership of the community. But it's clear that it's also a challenge, and geographic diversity is a big one. I think that what we're interested in doing, and Martijn can talk more about what we hope is next for the OpenStreetMap US leadership and community, and I think that we do help to support one conference a year, like the large State of the Map US conference, but there's increasing effort to really make have a learning at a more local level to support what is happening at these smaller, more easily accessible communities as well.
Any more questions?
I will say also, though, the diversity of actors, though, is really important. So it's not just like types of people, but I mean, I think it's been really valuable for the U.S. community to have large companies, which may not be, historically the way OpenStreetMap OpenStreetMap as an organization sees itself or considers itself, but it's been valuable to have them as voices, as well as governments, as well as original volunteers. Like that diversity of perspective is something else that we attempt to balance at the board level. But I think, again, we find it like fundamentally a contribution. And something that, even if it's hard, that's something that we continue to work towards, because we want lots of different types of people and perspectives like involved in the work and using the work too. It'd be really cool if one of the women want to ask a question. I haven't seen them, so just think about it.
Thank you for the talk, very interesting. You mentioned under the successes the idea of affiliations. I was wondering if you could maybe elaborate tiniely on that.
Affiliation, yeah. There's a few things that have been successful. So quite a few of the board members have been speaking at for example, government conferences where a lot of government GIS folks show up, and some interesting collaborations have been made out of that. A recent example is where I spoke at a conference that had transportation GIS people from all over the U.S. And we set up an interesting map roulette challenge related to infrastructure in Texas that is still evolving. We started with something really simple, but those are some interesting collaborations where people are really starting to get interested in using OSM as well from the government level. Not only giving data, because in the US data is very liberally distributed from the government side, but also starting to get interested into some of these crowdsourcing, which is a very strange word to them and a very strange concept. But getting used to that and getting used to the OpenStreetMap way of doing things. So that's one example. There's more.
Okay. Unfortunately, our time is up. So I would like to thank you for your contribution. Let's thank our speakers again. We have a break of half an hour, and we'll resume in half an hour at 4 p.m. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your questions, and see you then.
team video. Guys in the control room. Is the beamer on?
I'll send it to my grandma.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe it is in the book. Should be. Okay.
Audio test. Yep. Battery test. Yep. Battery test. Yep.
Something?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey.
You're now live. Okay. Say something.
Hey. Bonjour, tout le monde. Hey. Oh.
Okay, this mic on? Yeah.
Est-ce que tu peux corriger? Il y en a un qui m'a dit qu'il y avait une petite erreur.
Où ça?
C'est fort.
Où ça?
C'est juste que tu as écrit Mars en fait.
Is the wooden box also in the video? Okay. Oh, place enough. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Team AV, are you ready?
Oui.
We'll be starting in a few minutes since people are still coming in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last session of the afternoon. Before we start, I have an important announcement. The dark ages are over. Internet is back online. If you log in, you'll notice a new SSID called State of the Map, where you can log in without a password. Now, be careful. It's a quite expensive connection, so we would like to ask you to be rational with the consumption of your internet. So no torrents, no video streaming, just the bare minimum. Then, as a second announcement, there is a mistake in your brochure. The event of tonight at the event brewery will open doors at 7 instead of 6:30, and drinks and food will be available from 7:30 onwards. So everything is postponed with half an hour compared to the dates and times that are in your brochure. Now, for our first session, we're going to try something new. We have a guest speaker from Mali who will be speaking in French and will attempt real-time translation by Benoit. We don't know how this will work out. It's an experimental feature, and with feature I mean Benoit. So I would invite you to give them a warm applause and welcome them.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Astou Nathalie Sidiwe from OpenStreetMap Mali. First, I would like to let you know that my English is not perfect. That's why Benoit is here to translate it in French, to translate it in English. I will speak French, and he will translate it in English. So, I'm from Mali. Je suis du Mali. Donc, peut-être qu'il y a beaucoup de monde ici qui n'ont peut-être pas entendu parler du Mali.
Maybe you don't
Voilà.
know exactly all about Mali.
Voilà. Donc, Mali est un pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest.
It's a West African country.
Voilà. Donc, lorsque vous prenez la carte de l'Afrique,
In the
le Mali,
map
il
of
se trouve là.
Africa, there is Mali.
Voilà. Puisque j'ai rencontré des personnes qui ne connaissent pas, qui ne savaient pas où se trouve le Mali sur la carte de l'Afrique.
Strangely, some people don't know about Mali in this place.
Donc, au Mali, nous avons 8 grandes villes.
So in Mali, there is 8 big cities.
Comme vous pouvez les voir ici sur la carte.
And so in this map with the regions.
Alors, donc, en mars 2012, cette grande partie du Mali que vous voyez en zone, cette partie est tombée sous le contrôle des djihadistes et des indépendantistes.
So as you can read, all the big yellow part in North Mali was controlled by jihadists and other armed groups from March 2012.
Et en même temps, cette partie était sous contrôle des putschistes. Donc, il y a eu un coup d'État. Donc, les putschistes étaient en contrôle de cette zone et la grande partie était sous contrôle djihadiste.
And the other part was under control after a coup d'État by putschists, all the southern part of Mali.
Alors, donc, cette partie en jaune ici, c'est Bamako, c'est la capitale du Mali.
Bamako, the capital city.
C'est une toute petite ville par rapport aux autres grandes villes.
It's not even the biggest city. The other city around in Mali are bigger.
Alors donc, voici la communauté OpenStreetMap du Mali.
This is a picture of the community, OpenStreetMap in Mali.
Donc nous sommes des jeunes volontaires qui mappent pour le Mali et qui mappent pour le monde.
So a team of young volunteers doing mapping in Mali and all over the world.
Alors donc, nous au Mali, on a entendu parler de OpenStreetMap, du projet OpenStreetMap en 2014, en décembre 2014.
So it all started, they heard for the first time about the project OpenStreetMap in 2014, December.
Donc, après 2 semaines de formation en OpenStreetMap et en sigle libre, on a créé la communauté OpenStreetMap du Mali.
So they received a training, 2 weeks training in OpenStreetMap and general GIS stuff. Oh, that's a good translation. And after 2 weeks, they were ready to form the community.
Alors, donc, notre première activité après la création de la communauté, on a décidé d'aller collecter les données des centres de santé, des pharmacies et des hôpitaux dans une grande ville de Bamako.
So the first focus was to collect data about pharmacies, hospitals, and health centers in one sub-area of Bamako.
Donc, comme vous pouvez le voir ici, ça c'était lors des collectes sur le terrain, donc on a pris quelques images.
So this is a picture of the real collecting survey.
Alors, donc, ici, ça c'était une autre activité de collecte de données dans une autre zone de Bamako qu'on appelle ACI 2000.
So another area of the city called ACI 2000, ACI 2000.
Oui, ACI 2000, qu'on appelle, oui. ACI 2000. Oui. Donc, après nos activités depuis janvier 2015 à maintenant, voici l'état actuel de la carte OpenStreetMap de la ville de Bamako.
So after this work for 1 year, this is the status of the map of Bamako in 2015.
Ça, c'est l'état actuel de la carte d'une autre ville dans laquelle on intervient.
And this is another city they have been active on, and so this is also the current status of OpenStreetMap data there.
Donc ça, c'est une 3e ville dans laquelle on intervient également pour la collecte et puis pour le mapping à distance.
And then a 3rd city where they have been doing the survey and remote mapping.
Donc après nos collectes de données, on se sert de ces données-là pour faire des cartes à partir de UMap, OpenStreetMap. Donc ça, c'est la carte des pharmacies de Bamako.
And they are using the data from the survey and from all the mapping to get thematic maps. An example here, directly on new map with the pharmacies in Bamako.
Ça, ce sont les cartes, la carte des écoles de la ville de Bamako.
And another example with the schools in Bamako from the same data.
Alors, dans notre communauté OpenStreetMap du Mali, on organise des réunions hebdomadaires. Donc, ces réunions hebdomadaires nous permettent de parler, de planifier d'activités prochaines.
And they are planning monthly, weekly meetings, and they use them to make some plans for next steps.
Quelques images de nos rencontres hebdomadaires ici.
Now, these are the weekly meetings.
Oui. Alors donc, après nos activités de collecte et de mapping à distance, nous avons pris part aussi à 4 missions de renforcement des capacités l'année dernière à Ouaga, à Bouaké et à Lomé, grâce au projet Espace OpenStreetMap francophone.
And they have been under further trainings last year in several cities in different countries like Lomé, Bouaké, and this was done through the project Espace OpenStreetMap francophone.
Ça, ce sont quelques images de la mission de renforcement des capacités à Ouaga en 2015.
So this is this meeting for training where they have been building skills on OSM and GIS.
Ensuite, on a été à Boaké pour trois semaines de renforcement des capacités.
That's the 3-week training in Boaké.
Et à Lomé cette fois-ci en novembre 2015.
And the last one in Lomé in November.
Alors, on a pris également part à la journée internationale des SIG au Mali l'année dernière, en novembre 2015.
They got involved in a bigger meeting, the International Geographical Information System Day in Bamako.
Donc, nous faisons la promotion de OpenStreetMap à Bamako et dans toutes les villes du Mali et auprès des organismes gouvernementaux aussi. Alors, donc, c'est pour ce faire qu'on a pris contact avec l'université de Bamako, le département de géographie de Bamako. Donc, nous sommes ici sur cette image avec les responsables de ces départements.
They are promoting the OpenStreetMap project in Bamako and in whole Mali, and they have been getting contacts in the universities and geography departments. And this is a picture of this meeting.
Donc ici, nous sommes avec les étudiants de géographie auxquels on a planifié des ateliers. On a déjà fait deux semaines de formation avec eux, donc on continue dans ce sens.
And so this is now the OpenStreetMap Mali team giving training to the students in the geography department of the Bamako University.
Ça, c'est le premier atelier qu'on a fait au profit des étudiants. Nous sommes avec eux comme ça, quelque part à Bamako, puisqu'on n'a pas de local fixe.
No, they don't have a fixed place, so they took the students in random places in Bamako to run the workshops.
Ici, nous sommes dans le campus numérique francophone à Bamako, avec les étudiants de géographie. Ça, c'était le deuxième atelier OSM, à leur profit.
So, a picture of the second workshop that could happen in a special place, which is a digital campus in Bamako.
Donc, OpenStreetMap Mali ne se limite pas aux formations au profit d'étudiants, mais nous formons également les professionnels qui travaillent dans le domaine du SIG. Donc ici, nous sommes avec les professionnels d'un projet. On a passé 5 jours d'atelier OpenStreetMap et SIG avec eux.
OpenStreetMap Mali is also giving trainings not only to students but also to GIS professionals of the country. And this is an end-on workshop they have been doing it.
Ici, nous sommes, c'était en août dernier, nous étions à Ségou, c'est une autre grande ville du Mali, avec une toute nouvelle université. Donc, on a pris contact avec faire former des étudiants en informatique, à OpenStreetMap et en SIG libre aussi.
And so this is an outreach to another university in another big city in Mali where they have made contact with another department and they gave the same kind of trainings.
Nous formons également des leaders et membres d'associations de jeunes qui œuvrent dans l'éthique.
They are also giving some trainings for young leaders in different kind of associations that focus on IT and new technology.
Alors donc, depuis février 2016, nous gagnons aussi le support, le soutien d'un gars de l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie. Il est volontaire international de la francophonie. Il est expert en SIG, donc nous bénéficions de son expertise en OpenStreetMap et en SIG libre.
So they want to mention the support from a volunteer from Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie, which is giving them again a lot of support on GIS and related skills.
Ici, nous sommes avec le volontaire international. Il nous apprend comment manager les médias sociaux.
So there is also some trainings for management of social media with these international volunteers.
Ici, il nous apprend sur les applications de collecte de données telles que le GPS test et OSM tracker.
With mobile application like OSM tracker and GPS test, they are doing calibration and training to make better data collection.
Également un deuxième atelier sur les applications, toujours.
And another workshop for more mobile applications.
Alors, donc, nous organisons également des mappathons pendant lesquels nous mappons et nous passons de bons moments ensemble.
So one of the good times is during mappathons.
Ici, nous sommes dans le local de BTC Bamako, qui nous donne accès à son local deux samedis sur deux pour aller mapper avec un accès à l'Internet.
So they have regular access to a room with internet at the Belgian Development Agency.
Alors donc nous mappatons également dans les endroits comme les parcs, les restaurants. Ici nous sommes dans le parc national de Bamako.
And they are also doing this mappathon mapping on other locations, like for example in a national park here.
Ici nous nous trouvions dans un restaurant de Bamako.
Yeah, they are taking good time also mapping in restaurants.
Alors donc pour vous démontrer qu'on n'a pas de local fixe, on n'a pas d'accès Internet facile, donc du coup on se promène partout pour mapper.
I hope you get the picture. She hopes that you get the picture that's without any fixed place and any constant internet access. They just have to hop from place to place where they can map.
Alors donc nous avons des actions futures. C'est de nous faire connaître auprès du gouvernement du Mali, de nous faire connaître auprès du gouvernement du Mali pour qu'ils voient les actions qu'on mène en tant que volontaires.
So they want to gain further visibility, mostly to make the country government aware of what they are doing just as volunteers.
Et également de faire impliquer plus de femmes et de jeunes femmes dans OpenStreetMap Mali.
Another objective is to get more girls and women involved in the community.
Et nous entendons aussi faire des applications sur les pharmacies, les centres de santé et les restaurants à partir de nos données collectées.
They want to turn the data on health centers and pharmacies and even restaurants into mobile applications.
Et aussi de collecter les données dans toutes les grandes villes du Mali.
And they have more work to do in all the remaining big cities in Mali.
Alors, donc d'organiser des camps aussi, des camps de cartopartie à Bamako et en dehors de Bamako.
And another action would be to organize the camps dedicated to mapping in Bamako and in the other cities or outside Bamako.
Et aussi de promouvoir cet outil d'orientation de la convention de Henri Coel.
And they want also to get involved with the orientation convention.
Nous avons également des défis qui sont le manque d'un endroit fixe pour nous permettre de se retrouver plus et d'œuvrer plus dans OpenStreetMap.
Yeah, as a reminder, the most difficult thing for the own community is the lack of a working place.
Nous manquons également d'équipements qui peuvent nous faciliter dans la promotion d'OpenStreetMap. Par exemple, lorsqu'on a commencé à former les étudiants, il y avait des étudiants en géographie qui n'avaient jamais touché un GPS.
They also need basic equipment, and a striking example is that some of the university students in geography department never hold a GPS unit in their lives.
Et des étudiants qui n'ont pas d'ordinateur, qui n'ont jamais touché à un ordinateur.
And also students there that just don't have a computer.
Donc,
never touched a computer anytime.
Voilà. Donc nous avons besoin d'équipements pour relever ces défis. Ensuite, on a un autre grand souci qui est l'accès à l'Internet. Et l'accès à l'Internet au Mali, la qualité de l'Internet au Mali, c'est très coûteux. Et ça coûte plus que de la nourriture, l'Internet, l'accès à l'Internet. Alors donc, pour des mappeurs numériques, vous voyez comment on travaille dans la difficulté.
The difficulty to access internet in Mali is such that the cost is very significant compared to food or other basic stuff. So it makes the work very difficult for people that rely on digital mapping to make advancements.
Alors donc, nous peinons aussi à faire venir beaucoup de femmes et de jeunes femmes dû au facteur des violences basées sur les genres. Au Mali, le Mali c'est un pays à majorité musulmane et c'est un pays dans lequel les femmes ont du mal à prendre le devant de la scène. Moi qui ai fait avec OpenStreetMap, je sais dans quelles difficultés je me trouve et je sais dans toutes les difficultés auxquelles je fais face. Donc, tous ces facteurs font que les jeunes femmes et les filles, ils veulent pas aller dans OpenStreetMap. Ils veulent pas aussi aller dans les organismes pour se faire entendre.
It's difficult to attract girls and young women in any actions, and in particular in OpenStreetMap Mali. Mali is a rather conservative and Muslim country, and it's not in the habits for girls and young women to get in the forefront and take action by themselves.
Alors donc nous avons des partenaires qui nous aident dans nos travaux, qui nous donnent accès souvent à l'ère locale avec accès à l'Internet, qui sont, voilà, il y a le projet OpenStreetMap francophone qui nous donne gratuitement, qui nous fait bénéficier de ces formations. Il y a une ONG qui nous donne accès libre à son local de temps en temps. Il y a Donilab, il y a BTC Bamako aussi. Voilà.
So this is a list of the partners that they would like to thank. If I try a root translation, so there is the project, the association. This is Espace OpenStreetMap Francophone is pretty obvious. The second one is an association in Mali for sustainable development, and there are other
Des associations.
there are more associations helping them, and also some kind of government agency.
Alors donc, vous pouvez retrouver OpenStreetMap sur son contact ici, sur le site Twitter et sur Wikipédia.
This is their contacts. You can have them on email or Twitter.
Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nathalie, and thank you, Benoit, for the translation. Are there any questions from the audience?
It's great to see the map that you've done and the pictures of all the people mapping, and for us, for me, and I guess for us to see what's happening in Mali. So thank you for coming and sharing with that. I'm wondering, so the people out there in Mali that are doing mapping, do they feel part of the international OpenStreetMap community? And is there anything we could do either now or online to help them feel part and realise, show them that they're part of a better thing, and we're really interested in what they're doing as much as other talks we've heard?
So, a big thank you for coming and showing what you have done
in French. In French.
Non, il t'a remercié pour ce que tu as montré,
Oui.
venu et d'expliquer. So, I can't. Il t'a remercié pour d'être venu et d'avoir montré ce que vous faisiez, ce que vous mappez, les cartes que vous réalisez et l'association. Et il demande si vous avez l'impression de faire partie de la communauté internationale, si vous vous sentez comme faisant vraiment partie prenante du projet global. Et dans une seconde question, qu'est-ce qui pourrait faire le projet global, la fondation OpenStreetMap pour vous aider dans vos pays?
Alors si je me sens dans la communauté globale OpenStreetMap. Oui.
Yeah, she feels a part of the global community.
Concernant ce que peut faire la communauté OSM globale pour nous, comme je l'ai eu à le dire, nous manquons d'équipement. Et pour faire les formations, comme je l'ai eu à le dire, il y a nos étudiants, ceux qui ont étudié, les étudiants en géographie, qui n'ont jamais touché à un GPS, qui n'ont jamais touché à un ordinateur. Donc, et vous savez que la formation, les formations OpenStreetMap, il faut quand même au préalable avoir un ordinateur. Donc si nous pouvons avoir des équipements à nous, même si on n'a pas de local fixe, on peut quand même de temps en temps avoir un local et on équipe ces locales-là et puis on fait appel aux étudiants, on les forme.
So the most urgent need for them is equipment, and they would like to get some GPS units to give to the GIS students, and that's the kind of thing that they maybe could have from outside. And then there is the trouble locally to find some fixed place to run regular meetings.
Parce que même l'université, il nous donne également accès à son local, mais il n'y a rien, il n'y a pas d'équipement. Donc chaque fois qu'on organise les ateliers de formation, il faut qu'on court de gauche à droite pour aller chercher des équipements, louer des équipements avec des personnes. et ensuite aller les rendre. Donc vous voyez comment ça fait.
Even when they get a proper room within the university, it's always to organize a workshop or a training. It's always a race to get on to rent equipment, and they have to do it every time, each time, and it's very time consuming and taking a lot of energy just to prepare.
Merci beaucoup, vraiment c'est formidable. Je connais Mali bien et je sais que c'est quelque chose que vous avez commencé. Et j'ai une question. I am wondering who in Mali is using the data that you all are creating?
Oui, j'ai compris. Alors, actuellement, nous servons de ces données nous-mêmes. Parce que le gouvernement, il n'est pas en connaissance de notre existence. Donc, ça fait partie de nos activités futures. Ça fait... Oui. Et à partir de maintenant, on a même commencé, parce qu'on a commencé avec les responsables de l'université, qui font également partie des responsables du gouvernement. Voilà. Donc, on est en train de démarcher le gouvernement pour qu'ils sachent qu'on existe et pour qu'ils sachent tout ce qu'on peut leur offrir en termes de données et gratuitement. Oui, il y a des ONG qui pourront bien en avoir besoin, mais pour l'instant, il n'y a pas d'ONG qui nous a démarché.
Je peux ajouter quelque chose? J'ai travaillé au Mali une année et je faisais partie aussi de la communauté OpenStreetMap entre-temps. Et moi, je peux vous bien dire que les ONG, la communauté internationale, UNOCHA, le World Food Programme, ils utilisent toutes les données d'OpenStreetMap. Ils sont super contents que la communauté travaille. Ils ne sont peut-être pas en direct contact toujours avec eux, mais ils utilisent les données. C'est vraiment la source des données. La source des données. Voilà. Donc, un grand bravo pour la communauté qui fait un super bon travail.
I'm going to try to wrap that up. So you get the question in English, I guess. The answer was they are looking for the government to put all this data in use, and they hope that they can manage because going with the university is one step toward going through the government. How can I say? They are working for the government in Mali, so it's maybe easier then. Apart from that, they want to use the data by themselves, but they don't recognize exactly any other use that they know of directly. And then Yolike, who went to Mali, can vouch that the data is put into real use by any organizations that know OpenStreetMaps already and that regularly use OpenStreetMap data, like the World Food Programme or UNOCHA, and that any data that is being collected in Mali is already used by other organizations.
Okay, thank you very much for contributions. Thank you so much, Astu Nathalie. Thank you very much, Benoit, for the translation. If you have any more questions for Astu Nathalie, feel free to ask them afterwards. I'm afraid we're running out of time, so I have to proceed to the next question. Please give them another applause and a warm thanks. And thank you, translator.
audience can hear you. Hello. Say something. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Is it good? The pointer, please. Where's the presenter? Advancing your slides. Button to the right. Should I continue? Hello, everyone. I'm Usman Latif, and I'm here to tell you about a bit of the journey of my humanitarian activities in the last few years. Before I start anything, I would like to thank the awesome team at OSM and HOT for inviting me here to share my experience. So basically, I'm a marketing and communication technologist. I'm a journalist and I'm a humanitarian. And my journey started from 2005 earthquake in Pakistan when, in northern areas of Pakistan, they were like, this was one of the most severe earthquakes in last few years. So there was a lot of devastation, and everyone was thinking that how they can help Pakistan and the people out there. Everyone was, I guess, there were not enough maps then, no planning, no proper tools of data collection. Everyone was clueless like me. So these are the pictures I'm showing you of the devastation it had in the earthquake hit areas. So in 2008, Google actually launched a Google Map Maker tool in Pakistan. When I started playing with the tool, I was one of the first few mappers who started playing with the tool, and I was like really amazed what it could do. And soon enough, we were like creating a lot of maps. There was a community which never met physically, but this is a map of Lahore. You see that when Google launched, it was like this on the left, and in a few months or maybe a year time, Lahore was mapped like this. So that's a lot of data, and what we got to know from Google, like Lahore was the fastest map city in Google Map Maker communities all over the world, and there are other stats sorry, that was me. Yeah, so there were other stats like Islamabad was the cleanest map, and we did a lot of work there. So in 2010, for the very first time, we had a Lahore mapping party organized by Google in Pakistan. Google is not in Pakistan, but the Google representative actually organized a party for the mapping community so that they could actually meet and discuss about the issues around the mapping and how it can help or what are the concerns people have. So most of the mappers met for the very first time that day, and I was one of them. Unfortunately, the same month, there was like a landslide in the northern areas of Hunza Valley in Pakistan, which actually blocked a whole river in that area. So if you can see the picture, there's a landslide which actually blocked the whole river. It was winter season, so water was not there. But whatever it was, like it submerged the bridge it had, disconnecting the two sides of the mountains. And soon enough, in June, when the ice started melting, you can see the same imagery which was taken by NASA. Landslide is still there, but you see the red areas. These are basically the communities that were affected by the rising level of waters. There were millions of people migrating to new areas. It was 20 people actually died due to the landslides. There were like 2 villages there, but the real problem started after the ice started melting, and the dates are basically the levels of water when it's reached there. So the main point here is that we, the mapping community, were the first one to actually point out that this happened. 3 months later, anyone started taking notice when the water started rising, and then it became a real big issue. But soon enough, there was another issue for Pakistan. If you remember the 2010 floods in Pakistan, which were like the worst in last several years, almost 30-40% of Pakistan was underwater. People were floating over their own houses. So these are some pictures from there, and and then the mapping community in Pakistan was very active. We were calling for support, for imagery, for translation, for data sets from anywhere. So you can see the chaos people were in. So it was very, very horrific. So this is Army helicopter providing rations, and this is Army helicopter. Like, Army was one of the major, I guess one of the only, I believe, who had the capacity to do a rescue at a massive scale. And the interesting thing is that actually once they were done in November 2010, they actually released a press release which actually appreciated the data from Google Map Maker. It's still available online. There is a link. I'm not sure where's the link. Okay, I'll give you the link. But this is a press release available online. So they actually complemented the efforts of that Google Map Maker provided to them, and ultimately they are actually appreciating the work that was done by the mapping community in Pakistan. So we were really proud. Since I was part of it, we started to become a bigger community. Google realized this, and for the very first time, I went to the Google Geo User Summit in Singapore, which was like a regional conference for Google mapping communities all over the Asia. Google used to have different communities, so I'm sitting right there. Okay, just in case if you don't believe me. Okay, so soon enough, so we were very few people. Like, there were hardly some over 100 people, mappers who were mapping Pakistan at that time. And out of those 100, like, there were very few who were actually mapping a lot. So they were like top 10, 20 mappers. But it started picking up. I became the regional expert viewer. Then I became the advocate for Google MapMaker community in Pakistan, which was the highest post then. We kept on meeting. Google was like the Google community was very active. This was a Middle East conference, and there was other conferences. But when we were at Google conference in June 2012, something else happened in Pakistan, which was like there was a bill introduced which was proposed by a survey of Pakistan, which reports to the Ministry of Defense in Pakistan, which they wanted to regulate the mapping activities in Pakistan. So I'll give you a minute to actually read this, which are the actual clauses from the law itself. There's a link, you can actually visit that. So it states that mapping and surveying of Pakistan is the sole responsibility of Survey of Pakistan, and no unauthorized geospatial data collection, production, or analysis work can be done by anyone else. This is, I guess, the crux of it, but there's a lot of other clauses. If you want to really go into this, you need to read the whole document. So then these are the penalties if you don't actually, if you violate this law. The Survey of Pakistan can actually launch a criminal case against you. Anyone, any individual or any organization who violates this, and then there is a penalty of 1 year and up to 1 million rupees if you are violating this law. This was actually, it became So the main point there is that no one actually bothered to talk about the issues it has. There was some press coverage, some bloggers raised the voice, but it did not pick up. It ultimately died. And in 2014, it became a law with the name Surveying and Mapping Act 2014. After this law, so we had to, we stopped mapping. Like a lot of mappers were confused what's going to happen, what is the outcome of this. So unauthorized mapping was banned, but there's a clause that says that you can actually get registered to map, but it's not clear who can get registered because individual mappers, in case of, in the context of crowd mapping, who's supposed to get registered, whether a mapper is supposed to get registered or the organization who's hosting the maps is going to get registered. So it was not very clear. So, but ultimately they talked about the geospatial data, which includes mapping, cartography, and everything. So due to the broad nature of the law and confusion around it, mapping was stopped. It came to a halt, and the mappers I knew, including me, stopped mapping Pakistan just in case it was against the law. Then unfortunate event happened in Nepal when it was hit by 2 earthquakes. So this is a picture from the devastation it had, and you know, MapGive from the State Department through US Consulate Lahore approached me, and they wanted to know how we can actually help them. So I suggested them that we can do a mapathon for Nepal to help the on-ground activities there. So this was like approved, and we did a mapathon in June 2015 in the university, which is run by the government and supported by US Consulate and MapGive. So I was the trainer. This is kind of the class. There were like 40 people there who mapped the areas in Nepal, and we took Benson from MapGive online to discuss about how how MapGive is trying to change the crowd mapping and what is MapGive. So these are the students who mapped, like in 90 minutes, who mapped like over 4,000 objects in earthquake areas in Nepal. The guy at the top is basically a professor. He let us in lent us his class so that we could take his class and do this in his university. We distributed swag from MapGive and US Consulate. We distributed certificates so that it actually becomes something valuable to the students. So it's just not an activity that they might wonder what is in it for us. So then I thought this could be a real opportunity to actually revive the mapping community in Pakistan. Until we are not allowed to map Pakistan, let's map the rest of the world. So that's how Digital Humanitarians, was born, and I kept on. I improved this idea, and then I worked with other organizations. This was U.S. Embassy. They have a scholarship program under which they send from each country. They send some scholars for the U.S. visit. They call it as Pakistan U.S. alumni. So PAN is basically Pakistan US Alumni Network, which is basically a network of all the scholars who have been to US and they are back in Pakistan. So they wanted them to do something constructive. So we had a mapathon there. These were like 12 people from different regions of Pakistan, from all corners. That was the most interesting part because there were students from Balochistan, from northern areas, from everything. So it was like a very diverse community. And in 90 minutes, usually my sessions are like for 2 hours. 30 minutes I train them, and then in 90 minutes I actually ask them to do the real practice. So all this practice is done on the map hot activation. So this was the PON result. In like 90 minutes we did this. They were supposed to provide a presentation on that, so we in one day we did the mapathon, and we created a presentation and we actually presented it. From there on, I collaborated with OSM on, we organized some mapathons for to celebrate the Geography Awareness Week in Pakistan. I talked to the universities. There were like 4 universities who got on board to discuss and to do this in their campuses. MapGive was again the partner who actually provided support for this, and these are the pictures from the mapathon itself. They are like 4 different universities. We did 4 mapathons in 2 days. So these are the actual activities they're doing in different universities. And in one of the mapathons, we took Mapbox team online. I'm not sure if Mapbox is here. So Manning from Mapbox actually collaborated on this, and we mapped our tasking manager together. They were working in India and we were working in Pakistan. So this was just a hello from their side, and this is the awesome community in Pakistan who are working here. And then there was this is one of the women-only university in Pakistan. They are all students from geography, and the principal was kind enough to let us train them. She is the principal of the university. She was a coordinator, and we actually held the first ever women-only mapathon in Pakistan. So all these mapathon activities were actually done on hot activation. So the idea was the same. If we cannot help our own people, we cannot map Pakistan because of the legal reasons. Rest of the world still is human, and humanity doesn't end in your borders. So let's see beyond borders. So that was the whole idea, and so we did all the mapping on the hot activations. So one of the questions I was asking to myself was, when we were with Google, it was like mapping for them, and Google is a corporate entity. The data is their data. We knew this all along, and we were fine because we had something to use for, and it was a consumer product, and they are still doing a great job. But I wanted to see how we can actually make it sustainable for us. So I looking into other directions, and COP was happening in France. So we partnered with OpenIDEO in Pakistan. So I organized a COP is here, Lahore, to discuss the climate change issues. College for Earth and Environmental Sciences in Punjab University actually let us have their class. And we talked about the climate change. This was not a mapathon, but we discussed how mapping or how plotting data can actually help in climate as well. So this was like, there were like 110 people, 10 students in this conference. And so I guess this is the latest I've been doing, and I wish to continue this with, I wish to continue this motto that we should work for the humanity, and it needs to be beyond borders. If we cannot help Pakistan, let's help other countries until Pakistan is ready to ask for our help. So one of the questions I'm asked again and again, that what is in it for us? With Google Map Maker, it was easy to sell it in a way that we used to tell them, okay, this is not for anyone else, this is for you. You are just not the data producer. Basically, you are the data consumer as well, because the data you add on Google Maps is going to come back to you when you are going to generate directions. But since we are not mapping Pakistan, we were not mapping Pakistan anymore. I wanted to give it another dimension, which was like it is still a skill. There are a lot of universities with a lot of geography departments and GIS experts in Pakistan who still need this skill, and they might end up working with for an organization who are probably authorized by the government. So what I'm looking for is that we can still do capacity building, skill development, economic development, and everything that comes with getting this skill. The reason I wanted to be here is that I wanted to have partnerships, some direction, some mentoring from the experts in humanitarian mapping. I guess this is the best platform for me. So I would request you to please come to me and let me know if you can help Pakistan in any way. So thank you.
Thank you very much for filling us in on the situation. Are there any questions from the audience?
Thanks for your talk. What's the state of the map in Pakistan now, since you're not allowed to map anymore? Are there people from abroad doing the same you're doing for Nepal, but they do it for Pakistan? Are you aware of any of this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. So you are talking about what is the current state of maps in Pakistan?
Yeah, of the OpenStreetMap in Pakistan.
So, see, we are not producing maps for Pakistan anymore. There are organizations who are authorized by the government, so mapping is not banned. I want to clear this point again. Mapping is still allowed. You have to get approved by the government first to do that. So crowd mapping, because we are individuals, we are not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't advocate that. So whenever I do a mapathon, I clear this point first that this is not allowed in Pakistan. So if you are working for an organization, then I guess if they are approved, you can do that, but don't try this at home. So yeah, I hope I answered your question. Okay.
Yep.
I'm not sure if here is Laura Barroso from Cuba, but I found some similarity with what's happening in Cuba. All the cartography is just reserved for military purposes, so nobody can map over there. So what people did in Cuba is attach a GPS to a dog and go with the dog for a walk and keep doing trackings from all Havana. So that's how they started the map over there. So it was an amazing story. I think there's even a TED Talk around. So anyway, I also was wondering, if people from Pakistan who lives abroad is mapping their country now that they are in UK, in US, in some other places?
Okay, I guess the speaker is way beyond. Let me come to you and to understand your question. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, if people who is from Pakistan and is abroad is mapping Pakistan?
So I'm not sure. See, I guess the law, I'm not an expert on law, so I'm not sure if they are mapping or not first, and I'm not sure if they should be penalized or they can be penalized for this or not, because this is something very typical, and I don't want to focus on the things that I cannot control. I would like to focus on the things that I can actually control. So I can still build a community. If anyone wants to map it, they can map it. The problem is there's a law which needs to be told, and if government wants to charge you for that, I don't know, they can. So basically the law applies to Pakistan and for the Pakistani boundaries and to Pakistanis only. So I guess it's if you are outside, you can still do it, because Google Maps is accessible, OpenStreetMaps is accessible, other mapping portals are accessible. People are doing that probably, I'm not sure. But in Pakistan, being a Pakistani, I guess it's still a problem.
We have time for one more question.
Hey, I was just wondering, you mentioned you were using Google Map Makers.
and then kind of transitioning to OpenStreetMap. And I know in Asia there is quite a lot of big Google Map Maker community. And I was wondering how this process was, like how did you convince people, or was it easy or not, or like how did that process happen? And is everyone now mapping with OSM rather than with Google Map Maker?
So when we were working on Google Map Maker, there was a community of very aggressive mappers who did all the mapping in Pakistan. So just to make a point that maps in Pakistan on Google Maps are just manual maps. There's no automated map data from any source. I'm not motivating anyone to move away from what they're doing. To be very frank, they know there's OpenStreetMap, they know there's Google Maps. I used to do mapping on Google, but I believe, because since I've been working with OpenStreetMap, now I understand the power of open data and how it's accessible to everyone, not just me. So this is the point. I think I'll be spending more time on open data, which is more accessible, because Google does not allow you to download data. I'm not saying that I would still probably map someday something if I'm allowed, but I guess for the far-reaching years, if you want to think as a long-term plan, you need to map for open map streets, because that is how you can help yourself and others around you. So I'm not motivating anyone. I guess they know better. I'm just teaching new people, and I'm telling them the difference between open mapping and mapping on other corporate organizations. Okay.
Thank you for the update. Please give our speaker a warm applause.
Thank you.
Is Mark in the room already?
Hello. Thanks to be here. So I will talk about comparing OSM data and with the local data from the government, Urbis. So I'm working in Champs Libres, and we work with OSM data sometimes, and we really enjoy it. So there is our work. And also I'm in OSGeo. So in fact OSM is about open data and OSGeo is open tools, and it's very complementary. So don't hesitate to explore the tools of OSGeo. So the data that we will explore is URBIS. It's created by the government of Brussels. So in Belgium we have 3 regions, and one of the regions is Brussels, and they have their own data. They have an open license that you can find there. And in 2013, they opened the data, and the local community import all the data in OSM. And the major work was done by Brice Marron, who created the OSM files to be imported. The instruction was to put the ref URBIS and the ID of the buildings. And there is some statistics done in May 2015. So most of the work has been done, and sometimes the buildings are present in OSM, but the tags OSM ref URBIS is not present. So the comparison is done comparing tags ref URBIS, but it's not. Sometimes it doesn't work because if you add some new buildings, you don't know which tag to add to make the link with the URBIS database. And also sometimes when there is missing tags, the statistic doesn't work. And also the ID of the buildings may change. Sometimes the buildings are erased and recreated, and so it's not always valid. But in URBIS they create a new ID, which is Inspire ID, and normally it won't change from version to version. So the ID will be always the same. And so to compare URBIS, the database URBIS and OSM, our idea was to comparing with geometry operation. So it was to compare the polygons together. The advantage is we don't need to have the refuse URBIS. If it's missing, we can continue to compare to make the comparison. And also we can detect difference between the two geometries, and so detect where we have where there is some new change and stuff like that. So the method is you can download the URBIS data, and it's a shapefile. There is a lot of format, but you can have it in shapefile. And there is some tools, shapefile to PostgreSQL, to import the data in PostgreSQL. And for the OSM data, you can also put the data in PostGIS with the tool Osmosis, and then it's possible to do some special request intersection buffers. So it's not so easy, in fact, from OSM data to create the PostGIS polygons. There is a lot of case. The easiest is we have a way with the building tags. Building is yes, or some, which is not no. There is also some relation. It's all. Most of the time, it's when there is an hole in the building. And the relation has the tag building yes, or another tag, which is not no. And sometimes the relation has no tag buildings, but she contains a polygon which has the building tags. Okay, and sometimes there is a possibility to have an island. It's more when you map a lake with an island, and it's possible to say first we have a polygon, external polygon, then we have a hole, and then we have another polygon inside the so it's a building with another building inside, and hopefully there is only one in Brussels, and Urbis consider these two polygons, this polygon as two polygons, and so we didn't manage this case for the comparison. Another problem also is we PostGIS needs some valid geometry, so it's not crossing some. It's to have a polygon well done, and so we have to eliminate. There is a lot of polygons which are not valid. Urbis also has this kind of polygons. Yes. So now we have the polygons in the database, and the question is how to compare the data. And we want to have the possibility to have a little shift between the polygons. So maybe with the view, sometimes there is a little gap between the polygons in Urbis and OSM, and how we manage. How we deal with this problem is to make from the OSM polygon to make a buffer, a negative buffer, which is the green polygon, this one. So the polygon OSM is the black one, and we reduce it in the green polygon. And then the question is the green polygon inside the red one? And so if we have this relation, we know that the polygons from OSM is also in Urbis, and we can do you can. So the Urbis polygons are the red one, the OSM polygons are the blue one, and the buffer is the green one. And our question was in PostGIS to ask if every green polygon was in a red one, to detect if there is some missing polygons in Urbis or in OSM. There is some buildings which are in OSM but not in Urbis, and the question is where is the problem? Is it in OSM or in Urbis? We don't know. We have to go there and to correct. So maybe it's buildings that were removed. There is also some polygons in Urbis but not in OSM. Yeah, you can. It's yeah. Yeah. There is also buildings from Urbis which stands on buildings on multiple buildings in OSM. So the yellow building is over 2 buildings in OSM. And also, so we don't we try to go further, and also to detect the difference between the shapes. And in PostGIS, there is you can compute the distance between two polygons. it's used with the Hausdorff distance. So if the distance is 0, it means that the two polygons are the same, and when the distance is bigger than bigger, it means that the polygons are different. And there is some example of different shapes. So these buildings, on the left it's from OSM, on the right it's from Urbis. Here also there is some difference. Okay. And now the statistics. So in Brussels, we managed to have this amount of OSM buildings. In the Urbis database, we have 200,000, more than 200,000 buildings. We didn't compute the invalid buildings from OSM because we remove it in our SQL request. So we didn't compute it, but I think it's quite a lot. There is 212 invalid Urbis buildings. Buildings in OSM but not in Urbis, it's 12,000. Buildings in Urbis but not in OSM, it's 17,000, more than 17,000. And different of buildings intersecting multiple OSM buildings, it's 1,000. So there is a lot of work to, there is a lot of indication and then to correct, to check if we have to correct OSM. So the next step will be to integrate our work in Osmose, and we talk with some people, and the idea will be to use Osmose and to add it in a subcategory of buildings. So yes, all this work we put all the requests in a Docker container, so you can download it, and you have just to recreate the database, which is a PostGIS database. You have to only write 3 lines just to download the code, to create the containers, and then to create to run the containers. And all the codes you can find here. So some conclusion. It was very interesting because I think comparing these 2 different databases, you can improve both of the database. So there is a lot of buildings to check, and if we manage to have a processes, a continuous processes, we can improve the OSM database. And also all this work was done with QGIS and PostGIS, and it's very easy to work with these 2 tools because they're a perfect couple, and you can see very easily the result of the queries in QGIS. So it was very interesting. Thank you.
Any questions for our speaker? In front row.
I have just a quick question about the 2012 212 buildings that is invalid in Urbis. did you send to the OBIS guys like this is some buildings that are wrong, hey, fix it or something like this, or?
Pardon? I didn't.
In the statistic, there are 212 buildings that are invalid. Did you notice the OBIS persons that they have this invalid data in their data set?
I'm sorry,
So the question is about the invalid 212 buildings that you have. Did you notice, did you send an email to the people from OBIS to be aware about this invalid building so they can fix it, or?
No, for the moment. We just detect that this weekend, and yes, we will contact them.
Did you study some particular cases to see the evolution of some polygons of buildings since they have been imported in OSM from the Urbis base, like on changed logged in OSM?
No, we didn't do such a work. So. But it will be interesting to do that. Yeah.
I think this is a really great tool, but I have a question, I guess, because you're checking data validity between Urbis and OSM, and maybe one of the things to know where the validity is coming from. Did Urbis use different imagery to digitize their buildings? That could be the problem right there to check. I mean, maybe it'd be worth just looking at metadata before you even begin this process to verify the imagery that was used, and then you might be able to see, because this kind of ties into what the ambassador was saying the other day, yesterday morning, that he's digitizing one building and then he's got this rogue user that's changing it because she's comparing it to a different image that was 2 years older or something. So perhaps it could be new construction or new roads, whatever.
Yes, I think Urbis has imagery from they create photo imagery, and they digitalize them, I think. Yeah. And yes, I think it will be interesting to give them a feedback, but yes, we will contact them also.
Hello. 2 questions. You said you had sometimes multiple OSM buildings for one Urbis building. Are you grouping them by Urbis ID already? And my second question, are the licenses compatible with each other for the OSM improved data to be contributed back to Urbis?
So for the moment, we only detect the difference. And we didn't change the OSM buildings, but the idea will be to put the difference in osmose, and then the mapper will have the choice to correct in which way they will correct. But I think we will have discussion on the mailing list if we have a single building in Urbis with a single reference. Do we have to regroup the 2 buildings together? It will be a question on the mailing list. And the licenses are compatible, so yes.
Any more questions?
Well, this is not the first time that this conclusion that mixing public data with OSM data, at the final you get improved or a database of geospatial data. I know that there are some research lines working on that, and that using public OSM and maybe private data to have better spatial information. I wonder if you are thinking in continue these works as research into university or private institution, in the sense that it will be good to have more research in this area and be more publicly exposed about that, because I mean it's good for everyone.
For the moment, we don't think. I think we will create a continuous process to every 6 months Urbis data are update, and so we will update the difference maybe every month or every night. So the idea is to have a continuous process for the mappers to know how to fix the stuff. About the research, for the moment we don't think about research, but if you want to collaborate with us, you can contact us, and we will be happy to try to do some research about that. Yes.
Next question. Was there another question? Is it answered in the meanwhile? Any more questions? Okay, then let's give our speaker another applause. Thanks so much for joining us. That concludes the session for today. I would like to thank the guys from audio and video for their support. I would like to thank all the volunteers. And of course, you're all warmly invited to join us to the event brewery in Molenbeek tonight. You're already registered. You just need to bring your membership badge for the conference to get in. Look for the silo building. You'll be awaited there with food and drinks. There will be various food stands, including Belgian waffles, fries, and a variety of beers. There will be food for all eating habits, including vegetarian, fish, and meat. The venue opens at 7, and food will be available from 7:30 onwards until 11 p.m. The best way to get there, and with best I mean the easiest way, is to exit the campus on the west side, follow the curvatory of the road to the south, and then take the Delta metro line until Étang-Noir, Zwarte Vijvers, from where it's only 10 minutes by foot. Alternatively, you can take the tram in the direction of Hazel until Montgomery, and there change onto line 1, also getting out at Étang-Noir, Zwarte Vijvers, with the same distance by foot. Keep in mind that if you travel back into the city at night, that the last metro leaves in the West Station at midnight, so don't make it too late, or you may face difficulties getting back into the center where you're probably residing. Thank you very much for your attention tonight, and see you back tomorrow. AV, question, are the slides recorded along with the speakers or not? Okay, yeah, thanks.